Hello, and we are live, and it's a Wednesday night, and if it's a Wednesday night on the Katie Halper Show, you're going to be hearing from...
Nando Villa.
Nando Villa.
Me.
Him. I say Nando Villa, but that sounds pretentious, I guess.
Villa's like more incorrect than Nando. Villa, because it's Villa, so it's Villa.
I know, but yeah. Wait, what? You say Nando Villa? I guess you're right, yeah. And I'm like one of those annoying people who says like Chavez.
Yes.
Basically. Right. Which is, by the way, never say Chavez, okay? It's not never. Chavez. It's the
Chavez.
And it's, Chavez. It's like Cadiz. Cadiz, people say also with Cadiz.
No, it's actually Cadiz with an accent on the A.
But interestingly, also, I think that most people there don't, Cadiz. Yeah, I guess.
They do.
But they don't do that, but not loud at the end. They're not like.
No.
They're Southern Spaniards.
They're from Andalusia.
Yeah.
But they have weird they have weird regional differences even within their weird regional accent.
Yes.
Know? So some of them flip it. Some of them flip the S and the th, and then like some of them just don't say it at all.
Sevilla. Yeah. And then it's funny and interesting when you I cut you off. Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's all right.
I was saying it's interesting when it's like you think that they have something, but they just have a lisp.
Yeah.
Not that I'm not lisp shaming, but okay. Guys, you know what? I'm a woman, which means that I have to use the bathroom more frequently than Nando does. So he's gonna take some questions from you guys.
Yeah, ask me anything.
Yeah.
AMA.
AMA with N.
While Katie does her thing, I'll answer anything. I'm an open book.
I was at the dentist.
Literally anything.
Wait, one thing before I leave. I was at the dentist today, and they were like, I got a filling, but you can tell I'm totally normal. But if anything bad happens, I'm loopy because of filling. But I got a filling, and right before the filling, I was like, oh wait, I have to go to the bathroom, and they were like, it's only gonna take 10 minutes or something, and I was like, I'm just gonna pee, and they're like, okay, which I felt like sounded like I was like distinguishing between various things you can do in the bathroom. It was a little, once I said it, I was like, is that weird? But I also felt like, no, 10 minutes is a long time to pee. All right. I mean, also, though, would they have been happier if I had been like, I have to make a
poop?
Yeah.
I have to change my tampon.
Well, that, right? I mean, because if you got to do those things, you really got to do them.
Yeah.
But it would have taken longer. But really, with good communication and boundaries, I should have just said, had I needed to do anything but pee, which really is the only thing I had to do, I should have said, unapologetically, I need to use the facilities. Bye.
Right.
All right. Speaking of which, on that note, take over.
All right.
Be right back.
All right. Answering questions. Okay. First question I see. What books are you reading right now? I'm reading Reaganland by Rick Perlstein. I'm almost done. By being almost done, meaning like I'm toward the end, but I still have like a shit ton of pages to go because it's a long book. But I'm very much enjoying it. I feel like to understand American politics today, you have to understand the 1970s. The 1970s is where all of American politics as we know them today was created. Hi, Nando. Hi, falsificationism. Who are you, Nando? I ask myself that every single day. Why do you have the Conan O'Brien haircut? Well, I mean, I just, I don't know. Maybe my hair is getting a little long. I've always done the side part unless I have long hair or I've shaved my head. One of those two options. I guess today it's a little high. Maybe I need to cut my hair, but everything is closed here in LA. So yeah. Anyway, what else? Anything? Book is 15,000 pages long. It's very long, but again, I highly recommend it. I highly recommend all his books. I read Nixon Land. I haven't read Before the Storm and the Bridge one. I forgot what it's called. But I plan on doing them eventually. I just really wanted to know what the hell happened to get Reagan elected. It's fascinating. I started Reaganland like a month ago. Dude, have you seen that book? It's so long. It takes a million years to finish. Okay, favorite soccer team is Real Madrid. That's where my family's from. My family's from Madrid. I inherited a Real Madrid fandom. Any tips on reading very long books? Patience, I guess. There's no real good tip. I mean, I stop books. I'm not one of these people that like, just powers through a book if I don't like it. Who got time for that? Who got time to finish a book they don't like? Unless you're like getting paid to do it. Did you personally know Laura Palmer? Yes, she is my cousin, or was my cousin. No, I'm kidding. What's your favorite Latin musical artist? Oh, that's a good question. Probably Soda Stereo. I like Soda Stereo's. I like Argentine rock in general. Like Andrés Calamaro. I like Andrés Calamaro too a lot. So yeah, those two. Soda Stereo and Andrés Calamaro. Those are my favorite. Because I like rock and roll music in general. I don't like reggaeton. No way. Fuck that. Have you read the Stephanie Kelton book? No. I have not read that. Do you like Dune? I do like. I did like Dune. It's a very strange book. I read it 2 years ago, and it's very strange, but like weirdly intoxicating at the same time. Like it's unlike anything else. And yes, I am excited for the movie. What am I gonna say? I'm excited for the Dune movie. Okay.
Wait, wasn't there already a Dune movie? Dune.
There was. David Lynch did a Dune movie. It's like considered like a beautiful disaster, if that makes sense. You know, it was a huge flop critically and commercially at the time. David Lynch pretty much swore off doing big Hollywood blockbusters after that. But in recent times, it's been kind of reevaluated. There's like a cult following for it. Like friend of the show, Connor Kilpatrick, is a huge fan of it.
We gotta have him on.
How to Talk Dirty and Influence People by Father Guido Carducci. No, have not read that. No,
what is that?
Heard of it?
Can I have him on? Who is that?
I don't know. What do you think about Nina Turner running for Congress? I support it. Support Nina Turner and all her endeavors. Follow her to the end of the earth.
Guys, I'm going to make an announcement right now.
Yeah.
She hasn't sought it necessarily, but it's very sought after. And I'm giving Nina Turner the Katie Halper Show endorsement, followed by bump, hopefully. But we have some pre-bump.
Wait, so here's an interesting thing. Part of what caused Reagan to be elected is that my dad saw him as weak because of the hostages. That's one of those. Rick Perlstein shows how that narrative is not exactly, which is like very much the conventional wisdom these days, and it's one of those things that like got retconned backwards because he shows like opinion polls at the time, and people actually rallied around Jimmy Carter during the hostage crisis. His approval rating had been in the dumps before the hostage crisis, and then after the hostage crisis and throughout it was actually higher than it had been in like the previous year or two of his presidency. So it's like a weird kind of thing that's been kind of retroactively conventional narrative retrofit, kind of like. It's like one of those things, like, you know, like in Star Wars, Darth Vader never says, "Luke, I am your father." He never says that, but like, people think he did. Yeah.
Wow, that's messed up. I'm just putting a thingy. I'm adding this to Instagram. Well, okay. So, by the way, I do miss teaching history, but also, I think we need to give more time to what I just said, Nando. You were distracted because you're very into politics, which I admire. But hold on, I'm just taking out some grapes. This, by the way, I'm thinking of making this Patreon only content, so I clip it from the YouTube live stream, and only Patreons who miss it live can see this kind of cool behind the scenes. Okay, taking out grapes, but no, Nina Turner. I gave her the Katie Halper Show endorsement.
Yeah,
it's a historic moment.
Oh yeah, she's gonna win.
Look, I'm not Nando. I'm a realist. I don't know if the Katie Halper Show endorsement on its own can translate into a win. What I do know for sure is that it is a game changer.
It is a game changer.
It is a game
changer. Nothing will ever be the same.
No.
Wait, is she contemplating a congressional run? I haven't been following that
she
news.
Filed. Who did she file with, or she did something with?
Is she in Ohio?
Yes. Yes.
Nice.
Yes, sir. Who did she file with? Someone knows this. Anyway, she's definitely doing it. We're definitely going to have her on. In fact, I'm going to have her on. Wouldn't that be terrible if I was like, so tell us what you're doing again? I didn't do any research before. No, she filed with the FEC. Thank you, Robert Nichols. But she also like tapped someone or talked to someone. You want me to demand favors from Nina? Yes.
You got to hold her accountable, Katie. Hold her accountable. That's like the new thing, right?
Hello, somebody. That's what I'm gonna say. Whenever we need to, remind her. She's amazing though. She's like the best speaker ever, and she takes so much shit. And we're gonna get into all the shit that people take, including friend of the show, Brianna Joy Gray. In fact, everyone clap your hands for Bri, because Everyone do like a thumbs up. Nando, you can do it. You can clap your hands. But everyone in the chat, do a thumbs up or something because Bree's
What'd
great.
you do?
Well, last week she was on my show and she made this really moving point about Joe Biden weaponizing personal tragedy. Which, by the way, he does that. Spoiler alert, he does that. And she had a personal thing that she brought up which was very moving and about loss that she experienced. And people were literally like, trash, terrible person. Like, oh my God, she's the worst. How dare you? It's one of those things where it's a bit like a social media thing where maybe it didn't capture all the nuance, but fuck, you know what? No, fuck that. Honestly, people are bad actors, bad faith actors. And yeah, even if she hadn't had something happen, like just being dragged you're allowed, if you haven't lost anyone, you're still allowed to be critical of Biden for weaponizing his personal tragedy to stand in the way of Medicare for all. In fact, you know what? I'm going to bring in that clip. How about that? Let's just play that clip because I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And then the other thing is they're like really a little slow. They don't understand the difference between they're not slow. Nando, you gotta call me in on this when I do this because I like assume that there's some kind of like
you say logic. Call me in or call me out?
Well, right now call me in, but depends. But
you can call me out.
All right, that's good. Yeah. All right. Here's the thing. I'm gonna just show this thing, guys. This is not gonna be a self-referential tweet. This is actually just we got to show a video thing. But it was really interesting because Bree basically, like part of our discussion that I had with her and Walker was about how disgusting people are and how they say if you make a policy critique because you want to save people's lives, then you are called uncivil. But if you don't support Medicare for all, which is, by the way, let me pause and say that the theme of the show, one of the themes of the show, because today you know what? Sometimes when you have to go to the bathroom, you get distracted, right? So I had to go to the bathroom and I forgot to say that this is going to be a great show. Not just because you have me and Nando here, which already guarantees a great show, but also because we're going to be having Dr. Victoria Dooley, who's amazing. Oh yeah, please click the like button. Come on, guys. Click the like button. We're going to
click it, baby.
Yeah. Click it. Click it real good. Dun, 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 dun. Also, someone made a video about me and they put a blonde wig on at the end. We'll talk about that later. Maybe we should watch it. I'm not sure. I don't. So, okay. Please like, please clap. Please like. All right. So, Victoria Dooley, amazing guest. Then we're going to have Megan Day, an amazing guest from Jacobin. And then we're going to have on Vic Vaina and Forrest Miller, also from Jacobin. Nando knows all these people well. Yeah, yes. I know. It's like a pretty amazing show. So I was going to play a clip of Bernie, which we really need to do, but I also feel like we have to just watch this thing quickly because I'm not going to back down. And then a guy made a video about me and was like, bitch, your husband makes 6 figures. Hi, I'm Katie Halper. My husband makes 6 figures. And he wears he's wearing a blonde, like a bleach blonde wig with bangs. It's funny. Nando, maybe I'll show it to you, but
show it. I don't know. I need to. I don't have the reference.
I know that it's a sneak attack. Hold on. Can you guys hear that? You can hear that, or no? You can't hear that, right? I'm not screen sharing. Hold on. It's kind of funny. I think we should show it. Maybe. I don't know if I should build the. It's like some random K-Hive person. Should I show it? It's kind of funny. It's funny.
Show it.
All right.
Why not?
First, I'm going to show this Joe Biden thing because I'm not gonna.
I was sworn into the United States Senate next to a hospital bed. My wife and daughter had been killed in a car crash. And lying in that bed were my 2 surviving little boys. I couldn't imagine what it would have been like if we didn't have the health care they needed immediately. 40 years later, one of those little boys, my son Beau, was diagnosed with terminal cancer and given only months to live. I can't fathom what would have happened if the insurance companies had said for the last 6 months of his life, you're on your own. The fact of the matter is, healthcare is personal to me. Obamacare is personal to me. When I see the president try to tear it down and others propose to replace it and start over, that's personal to me too. We got to build on what we did because every American deserves affordable healthcare. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Okay, so I don't know if you caught it, because it's not that. It's a little bit like, it's not totally doesn't bang you over the top of the head, but like, did you hear what he says? Where he says, it's personal for me. And by the way, I want to be clear, like that's very sad. He lost his first wife and daughter. It's very sad, in a car accident. And then Bo died of brain cancer. Very sad. I not only feel bad for that, I feel bad for Hunter. Like I don't hate people because they're privileged. I think that Hunter's story is really sad. So that said, I also care about other people not dying, even when they're not Joe Biden's relatives, which is why I want him to support Medicare for all. And it's not like the thing that he said in this video is that it's personal to me. And he said, let's see, what did he say exactly? It's personal for me, and he says something about people trying to start over. He says, the president trying to, whether you're the president trying to rip it up. Okay, he goes, healthcare is personal to me. Obamacare is personal to me. When I see the president try to tear it down and others propose to replace it and start over, that's personal to me too. We've got to build on what we did, because every American deserves affordable health care. So do you know the key words in that sentence, Nando? I bet you do.
Yes.
Right? So it's we got to build on what we did and not start over, replace and start over. That's a lie, a talking point, a dishonest talking point that's often used about Medicare for all. In fact, Bernie Sanders is like, I wrote the damn bill. We're not going to start over. I wrote the damn bill. Yeah. But we are going to bring more people, which is exactly what they want to do. So, look, Biden has the right to, of course, talk about his son, and he has the right to make policy recommendations based on that. But it would be nicer, like it would be one thing if he just said, like, my son died, I care about healthcare too much, and I believe in Obamacare too much, and I think Medicare for all will be bad. And I don't want whatever bad outcome to happen to other people. But if you're going to like hitch your narrative to a talking point that's not true, it's pretty gross.
Well, I mean, it's the Democratic version. I guess the Democrats use this analogy too, but it's the Democratic version that conservatives say what?
Keep going. I'm getting excited. I think we're going to have a meeting of minds. Yeah.
Okay. That they say whenever they want to implement more austerity, like whenever they want to cut Social Security or something, it's like, America needs to tighten their belt or something, or like, no, when they talk about the debt, it's like no family would carry this amount of debt, like no business would survive. It's just, the Democrats, when they use this narrative for Obamacare and healthcare, that it's as if you're building a house and you've got like bricks that you're putting up to support the wall, and then why would you, like, we already got the four walls, all we need is the roof, like why would you tear it all down to start all over again? And it's like just a faulty analogy, because that's just not how it works. I mean, what they've done essentially is build a like incorrect house on the wrong location. Like you do need to fundamentally tear down the system, because the current system relies on private insurance. I mean, and that's just the reality is that you need to do a system that doesn't rely on private insurance. So you need a new one.
Yeah, but you're not like
you can also build on the existing foundations that is Medicare.
Yeah,
but you do have to tear down the private kind of subsidies and all that stuff that Obamacare is. It's just a fundamentally faulty analogy. I don't know what you were thinking I was going to say, but I don't think it's what.
I'm sorry.
Tell me what you thought I was going to say.
I miss being a history teacher, and I know that feeling when you're like, someone's like, yeah, that too, when a teacher's looking for an answer, they're like, I like that, yeah, and then finally like, yes. No, but the thing I thought you were going to say is the thing that I said earlier on Twitter, which is that people who are mad about quote unquote politicizing Biden's thing, they are like Republicans who after a shooting are like, don't politicize that.
Yeah.
Like tragedy and politics intersect, my friends.
Yeah.
That is your...
Yeah, I mean, politics... I mean, Matt Brunig always points out, I mean, and he gets like hate for this over here, that Obamacare, the current system, the current law of the land kills 30,000 Americans every year.
Yeah.
That 30,000 Americans die.
For that. I guess let's just be totally generous and if you truly believe that this is the best system ever, you can make a utilitarian defense of it. But I think people either don't know, and we can reach them. Although I don't know if I'm going to reach them when I say that, like, people who are more upset about the response to Biden than they are about people dying need to do some soul searching. Yeah. Someone actually was like, do you really expect to reach people that way? I was like, well, no, not people like you. Maybe some people. I hope to shame and carry some with me on the way. You know, there is that whole sweet spot where you convert people. Anyway, so, but that's what I was going to say. Anyway, but no, it's not the way he makes it sound when they say like starting over and ripping it all down. That makes it sound like you're going to, like, you know, lose out on what you currently have. That's just not true. Like, no one's going to be worse off than they are now. Anyway.
Like, yeah.
But
no one is. Yeah,
no
not
one,
really.
yeah.
I mean,
who's going to, what's going to happen? No one is going to be, no one's like now, no one will die. No additional people.
No one will die. I mean, I guess like what they're worried about is like really fancy hospitals, you know, not being just the exclusive provenance of the rich, you know, right. You know, that's what they're worried.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about this more with Dr. Victoria Dooley, but I want to show a clip. I think you guys will really like it. And it's of course clip by official Katie Halper Show sponsor, Case Study QB. Maybe it's a mutual partnership that doesn't involve any money, but it's a cross-pollination that we're doing here. So here's a clip that he put together. It's with friend of the show, Stephanie Rule. I'm just going to show you guys what she said, and just enjoy this because it's a great, great, great clip. Hold on.
Independent Senator Bernie Sanders from the state
Wait
of
a second.
Vermont.
First of all, independent senator, do people really say that?
Yeah, he says it.
He says that? He does? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of his appeal, right? I mean, it's like,
yeah.
I mean, it's why people say he's not even a real Democrat.
I know. As
not even a real Democrat.
As Jack Allison points out, unfortunately, sadly, he was even a Democrat because he got in line way too fast. Okay.
Independent Senator Bernie Sanders from the state of Vermont is leading a group of progressive Democratic senators demanding $1,200 stimulus checks be included in the next relief bill. Senator, we've heard your impassioned argument. Help us understand, how many other senators have you convinced to support these stimulus checks? Any Republicans on board?
Fuck
yes,
you.
I think there is one, but Senator Hawley indicates that he is supportive of a $1,200 per person direct payment and $600 or $500 for children. I think the Democratic caucus is ready to go.
So, by the way, from the start, right, what do we have? She's challenging him, right, as like, this is one of the major talking points. Every show we should have a Bernie talking point bingo or something. What, he's utopian? Yeah. This isn't viable. This isn't realistic. How's he going to get it done? Does it even have any support from the Republicans, right? Okay. Yeah. And look how, like, I appreciate, then there's the condescending. It's really moving how passionate you are about this.
Holly.
Argument. Help us understand, how many other senators have you convinced to support these stimulus checks? Any Republicans on board?
Yes, I think there is one, but Senator Hawley indicates that he is supportive of a $1,200 per person direct payment and $600 or $500 for children. I think the Democratic caucus is ready to go forward on that. Yesterday, I sent out a letter with 5 other senators, and I think we can have virtually all of the United States Democratic senators on board. The question now is whether or not Mitch McConnell is going to turn his back, as your report just indicated, on the incredible suffering that the American people, the working people, are now experiencing. Unemployment high. We have a record level of hunger in America. Millions of people are facing evictions.
Look at her face. Look at her face just there.
Just like, yeah, the
aggressively working families.
Yeah,
you know, Stephanie, I always get a kick. Here in Washington, when we go to war, there's endless amounts of money. Tax breaks for billionaires, endless amounts of money. Corporate welfare, endless amounts of money. When children are going hungry in America today, suddenly we don't have enough money. That's crap. That's wrong.
Yes,
and
crap,
if we have got to stay here throughout Christmas,
look at her face.
Which is the last thing in the world that I would want to do. We're going to stay here.
Watch her face.
We have got to stay.
Watch this,
we
ready?
don't have enough money. That's crap. That's wrong. And if we have got to stay here throughout Christmas, which is the last thing in the world that I would want to do, we are going to stay here because we are going to make sure that struggling working families in this country get the help they desperately need.
Senator, I'm not agreeing with you fundamentally, but I want to talk
to
you
wait.
practically.
Do you hear what that was? That's something we call a Freudian slip.
Yeah,
Senator,
she didn't mean to say that.
She meant to say, I'm not disagreeing with you fundamentally, or she meant to say, I'm agreeing with you fundamentally. That's called a tell. That's when you're technocracy hat. When you wear your technocracy face, no, when your actual ideological face that you usually cover up with the technocratic face is revealed. That's a very easy thing to say, right? I just definitely invented a new term, very succinct. But this is what they always do. They pretend they love the idea, whether it's Medicare for all or not having children starve. I love the idea. I just want to make it work. I'm just concerned with the pragmatism. Okay, so watch this again.
You've been the lead sponsor.
We're going to stay here.
Okay, watch this.
Because we are going to make sure that struggling working families in this country get the help they desperately need.
Senator, I'm not agreeing with you fundamentally.
Oh, really?
I want to talk to you practically. You've been the lead sponsor of 422 bills during your 30 years in Congress.
This is just...
But only 7 of them have become law. Given that record and how dire things are, as you just laid out, do you need to find another lane or take a different approach here?
I don't think that's the issue, Stephanie.
Okay, let's just pause. First of all, thank you, MSNBC, for your handy graphic that you prepared on Bernie Sanders' record. Okay, I don't even know what to say about that, except it's disgusting.
I mean, it's just, again, it's like, it's one of the most ghoulish and disingenuous attacks that I can remember from the nominally left of center cable news channel in the United States, right? MSNBC. It's just, my words fail me. Like when I saw this earlier today, I couldn't believe it. I mean, I remember when Bernie lost the primary, there was a lot of like debate on the left about whether he should have either played nicer with the media, you know, like when he said, like, I don't fucking send birthday cards to the New York Times reporters. I do not do that. You know, like, should he play nicer with the media, or should he be more combative with the media? And, you know, Bernie, I always find, was pretty combative with the media, and so are his surrogates and all that stuff. And it is true that we saw the overwhelming power that cable news has over the discourse. I mean, I think a lot of people talk about social media, but really it underrates the power that cable news really does drive the narratives in this country in a big way. And I don't have the answer to it. Like I don't know what the answer is, you know, but when you see things like this, it's like, you really want to say, like, how is there playing nice with MSNBC when they do things like this? You know, like, can you imagine them asking this question of Hillary Clinton
or Biden, or
like
Warren?
how many bills did Hillary Clinton fucking sponsor when she was a U.S. senator in New York? She sponsored like 2, one of which was a ban on flag burning.
Flag burning. Yeah, I know, that was great. No, but Nando, she also, I think, made some like sign for Tim Russert, the late Meet the Press guy.
Yeah, I went to school with Luke Russert, his son.
Oh, right. I forgot about Luke. Yeah.
I went to Boston College with him.
Yeah, so that's a disgusting thing. And also, hey, Stephanie, if you're watching this, I know you're a fan. Stephanie, what's the average number of bills passed by a senator? Do you know? Do you have a graphic on that? Okay, I don't have a graphic on that, but for next show, we got to get one, because I don't think it's that as he's not that much of a he doesn't deviate from the norm as much as she said.
No, I mean, like,
what are the things he passed? I'm sorry he did not get the crime bill passed. I'm sorry he did not lock up a bunch of black and brown and poor people. I'm sorry. You're right. He doesn't have that under his belt.
It's a totally useless statistic.
Yeah,
it's like completely useless.
Yeah. And also, okay, Stephanie, I know you don't understand this. Maybe you do, because you're a business person. You probably you understand it. You're just cynical. But like, he's called the Amendment King. Like, that's his nickname, because he gets a lot of stuff done through the amendments. The amendments. I just sounded like Bernie. But yeah, this is just absurd and it's disgusting. And I'm not actually surprised. But what the fuck with that graphic? But you know what? When we bring on our next guest, I'm gonna put in a replacement graphic that someone posted. But I got to say something before then. Sorry, I'm distracted because of typing. I don't mean to call you typing. I'm not blaming you or silencing you. I'm just explaining.
I need to respond.
No, do it.
Something's happening at work.
Here, yeah. I'm gonna silence you for a second. Oh, this is good.
Good.
I'm silencing Nando. All right, we're gonna bring on our next guest. But I was just gonna say, oh, you guys probably aren't surprised, right? Because I don't know if you remember this. Hold on, let's see if I can find this thing. Sorry, guys. This was. Let's see, where's that Stephanie Rule, Scranton versus, I made a video about it. I should know where it is, but. Okay, here we go. So do you guys remember that Biden framed this election as Scranton versus Park Avenue? Do you guys remember that? All right. You know what? I'm gonna bring in if Nando's thing is resolved. Oh wait, hold on. Oh no, now our guest isn't there. Okay, we're gonna have to go back to this. Sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, Stephanie Rule thought it was downright Trumpian that Biden said that.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna play that. But wait, is there anything else? Just honestly, I can't believe it. Is it trying to find another lane? Like, all right. We're going to get to the Stephanie Rule thing later because we have our guest on, and I want to make sure that we talk to her about this stuff because she's someone who also, I think, gets pretty fired up about this. So, guys, put your hands together your virtual hands together for our next guest. She is a physician. She has written all over the place, including a New York Times op-ed, and she was a Bernie Sanders surrogate. And
cool.
her name is Dr. Douly. Hello.
Dr. Douly.
How are you?
We got a doctor in the house.
I'm great.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining us. I haven't seen the doctor and we actually met up in New York at Bernie's comeback rally in Queens. Back. That was amazing. Yeah, Bernie's back. Yeah.
Man, what a wonderful moment, right?
Yeah, that was so magical.
It was so
feels
amazing.
Like 100 years ago.
Yeah. But welcome to the show, and this is my Wednesday night co-host, Nando Villa, and everyone's very excited to be talking to you.
How are you?
And I wanted to have you on for so many reasons. I've had you on my podcast before, and also feel free. It's Dr. Douly. Is that your handle? I'll write it in for you. I just want to make sure people know how to follow you. There's this big debate now because Biden is, Biden's going to Biden, and he's already said that he would if Medicare for all passed his desk, he would veto it. And there's so many myths out there, and people say it's a great idea. It just, right wingers say it's a terrible idea. It's socialism. It's socialized medicine. I just remembered. Did Biden say socialized medicine, or is that just Trump?
I don't know if Biden said it.
Yeah, maybe not. But fine line. But
Biden made that point that in Italy it didn't help them with the coronavirus.
Right. That was
remember that? When Italy was like the original kind of hotspot, it's like, well, they got socialized medicine and it didn't help them. It's like, oh.
So, well
what a cynical point.
Yeah. Well, but yeah, I was just going to ask you, what is your response to all the people who have the more either ignorant or disingenuous, maybe depending on who we're talking about, argument that it's a great idea, it just can't happen?
Well, Katie, the frustrating thing is that all of our politicians know, they're intelligent people. They know Medicare for all makes sense. They know it saves money. There's been study after study that proves that it saves money. University of California, they reviewed 22 studies. They all show that a single payer Medicare for all system saves money, whereas Medicare for all who wants it does not. So these are facts that can't be disputed. And so when we have elected these officials who are not fighting for what's in our best interest, it makes my stomach hurt. It's disgusting. It's gross. If you just think about it, a for-profit model is going to raise costs. I mean, this is not something that you have to have, a rocket science,
an MBA,
right, to understand. A for-profit model is going to cost more. And when you look at things like the administrative costs and billing costs, most of what insurance waste is at administrative administration and billing. So moving to a single payer system is going to save something like $400 to $600 billion just in administrative costs alone. When you talk about medical billing, every person's going to have this different insurance, right? And so insurance billing is so complicated. Why? Because they don't want to pay you. So we as providers, we have to play this game and put the right numbers in the right boxes, and dot this I properly and slash this T properly in order to get it paid, because ultimately they don't want to pay you. So it's so complicated, and each individual insurance company is going to have this different set of rules about how do you have to bill them to get your money. And it's so complicated that health systems and hospitals, they have to hire one person that's the expert in each individual plan, because it's so much knowledge that you have to have, and it's so different from plan to plan that you got to get one person that all they study is health insurance company ABC, because the rules are going to be so vastly different between company per company. So that is where we have this huge amount of waste. And a system like Medicare for all who wants it, any system that keeps private payers in the mix, is not going to do anything to solve this problem.
And what do you say?
I love every time you mention, I laugh every time you say Medicare for all who wants it, because that was Pete Buttigieg's brilliant plan. Who Biden, for all his flaws, I don't sense him to be like a fully cynical person, whereas Pete Buttigieg is, to me, like pure cynicism, because he knows better. And I just took great pleasure.
Yeah, Biden knows better too. Biden knows better. He's just not as
but Biden is more. Biden doesn't think as much. He's not that smart.
Biden knows better. He's not quite the devious Rhodes Scholar that. In fact, we know.
And they're gonna send him off to China, which is the funniest thing ever. He's gonna get the ambassadorship to China. That's what he gets for dropping out early. Yeah, that's great.
But the thing is, when people who don't support Medicare for all, when they're not politicians, and I'm talking to them and I explained it to them, I'm like, okay, well, why do you think it can't happen? Well, I think it's going to cost too much money. And then I explain, here's a study, it shows how it's going to cost less. And I explain the whole billing system and how if we eliminate that, we're saving a lot of money. Then they get it and they say, oh yeah, that's a great idea. But politicians, they have the same information available to them, and they pretend that they don't get it. And that's the frustrating thing, because the vast majority of people do support Medicare for all. And when you explain it right, it's virtually almost everyone. And it's intentional. When we talk about Medicare for all, we're talking about improved Medicare. With Medicare Now, you have this 20% cost sharing. Okay, with Medicare Now, it doesn't cover dental and vision, but the Medicare for all and Senator Sanders and Jayapal's bills, they include dental, vision, long-term care, hearing aids. They eliminate that 20% cost sharing. And that is something that is never talked about in the media. So it's understanding to me why every time I post about Medicare for all, somebody's like, well, hey, I have Medicare, it's not that great. The 20% is killing me. But nobody in the mainstream media wants to talk about how a Medicare for all system is going to eliminate all cost sharing. Not only that, it's going to save us money. So it's so frustrating that so many people don't have this basic knowledge. And if they could get it, I think we could get closer to 95% of people supporting Medicare for all.
Yeah. Imagine if there weren't an entire corporate advertising, media, political, industrial complex telling people why this is so awful. Imagine how popular it would be. I mean, it already is popular, right? When it's
remarkable that it's remarkable that it is as popular as it is, given all that you mentioned, the entire, basically every single person in the media being against it. And yet it's still, because it just seems so obvious to people. I mean, Chomsky used to always say this is an old Chomsky line. He used to always say that people, when you ask people if they think the government should guarantee healthcare is in the Constitution, something like 90% of people say yes, because it just seems so obvious to them that the government should guarantee everyone's healthcare, that they assume it's in the Constitution, even though it's not. So yeah, it's just intuitively people believe that it's something that should be not left up to the ravages of for-profit markets.
It should. Yeah. Certain things that should be for profit.
Yeah. And I was listening to you on Feel the Burn, and it was really interesting because one of the things that you said was how you a lot of people, I'm sure you're used to this terrible talking point, which is that will Medicare for all end racism? Will anything end racism? Will this, that, or the other end racism or sexism? No one said that, by the way, when like Obama pursued Lilly Ledbetter, like, or whatever he pursues. No one's like, well, if that's not going to end sexism, then we're not going to fight for it. But
exactly.
Like, it's so ridiculous, right? And it's the famous Hillary Clinton line. Oh my God, I get sorry.
No, breaking up the banks and racism. No. Yeah.
So painful.
That is so frustrating for me as a Black woman to hear people say stuff like that. Because I'm like, first of all, that makes no sense.
Right.
Freeing the slaves didn't cure racism.
Yeah,
but I sure am glad that I sit here a free-ish Black woman. I'd rather be free-ish than not free at all. So it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah. But when you talk about, I'd rather be experiencing systemic racism and have the freedom to go to the doctor when I want and not have to pay anything than to be experiencing systemic racism and not be able to afford to go to the doctor. I mean, it's just something that doesn't add up. Right. It doesn't make sense. We're not going to eliminate systemic racism, but hey, let's put these plans in place to make it a little bit easier for us. I'd rather have healthcare and be discriminated against than not have healthcare and be discriminated against. And when you're talking about a Medicare for all system, we're talking about a system that's going to be a just system. And that's why all these policies, the Senator Sanders and most progressives support, like canceling medical debt and canceling student loan debt, they go together. Because not only do we need healthcare, but we need more doctors of color. Not only do we need healthcare, but we need the cost of higher education to be lower. And all these policies together are going to be super beneficial for everyone. So no, it's not going to cure racism. But what is? Tell me what is? Nothing. Right. So do we just never get anything better in life? Because if the ultimate standard is this going to cure something? Yes or no? Then we're never going to advance as a society and as a people. And it's so frustrating when people bring up things like that. Because it's like, these are intelligent people. And when I say intelligent Black women specifically, intelligent Black women who are willing to say, you know what? I don't believe that there's a way that we can ensure that every Black person has health insurance. Because that's basically what they're saying when they're saying that they don't support Medicare for all. You don't believe in the wealthiest nation. We live in a world where 5, 6 guys own half the wealth. You can believe that, but you can't believe that we can exist in the world's wealthiest nation and be able to provide health insurance to everyone. I cannot believe it.
What do you think it is? What do you think it is? Like, why do you think that there's people that are willing? You think it's the money? They just get bought off?
It's all pretty much. But it doesn't make sense. Because like I said, these are intelligent people. What else could it be? I don't think that these people are evil people or uncompassionate people. I don't think these people are people who never knew somebody who had some hardships, who struggled and wanted to find a better way for them. It has to be all about the money because there are these huge lobbyist groups who don't want it to happen. We have to eliminate all these healthcare CEOs, big pharma. They don't want to have it. They don't want it to happen. They spend a lot of money making sure that it doesn't happen. We need to campaign finance reform. So it's all about greed. And ultimately, if you do say you support Medicare for all, you're shunned by the Democrats and the Republicans because they don't support it. So if you want to have a political career, it's not beneficial for you to want popular things. So that's what we have to change. We have to say we are no longer going to elect candidates who are not going to serve our interests. We are not going to do it. That's what we have to do. Because right now, it's not popular for them to support the right thing, which, like I said, it just disgusts me. It makes me sick to my stomach when I think about it.
Yes. And also, it's interesting because you say, if the standard is, will ABC end racism? And if no, then we're not going to support it. I mean, that was I almost laughed. I mean, it's a very serious thing, but you're like, well, did ending slavery end racism? No. But obviously it's like a huge step, right? It's a huge anti-racist measure, let's say, which also, though, coming full circle, you need to have other programs because if not, you're just going to have people who are like legally free, right? But the other thing about this that's so frustrating is like breaking up the banks, that was a very racialized form of poverty that was created by bailing out the banks. Like Black homeowners were hurt the most, right? And with insurance issues, the people who are, I mean, you know the stats more than I do, so I should ask you about them. But generally speaking, like the people who are hurting the most are often disproportionately Black women. And
Black seniors have a disproportionate amount of medical debt. And when you think about it in this nation, every time we increase the amount of people who have health insurance, whether it be by expanding Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act, every time there's still a disproportionate amount of poor people of all colors, Black and brown people who are still left uninsured every time. I do not think this is a coincidence. This is by design. They know when they have these means-tested policies that some the most vulnerable people, some of the most vulnerable people are going to be left out. People who live in states, racist southern states, where their states refuse to raise the Medicaid eligibility. So you have people who work and they want to work, but they make, you know, maybe $100 too much, $100 a month too much to qualify for Medicaid, but they don't work for an employer who provides health insurance, and they can't afford it through the Affordable Care Act because some of them plans have ridiculously high deductibles. And so it's the only way to help everybody. It makes sense, right? The only way to help everybody is to make the plan for everybody. So why are you picking and choosing who you're going to help when we have the money? How quick are they to sign off on the military bills? Yeah, you know, they just write blank checks for that nonsense. But when it comes to basic things, and these are ponies, unicorns, we're not talking about free puppies for everybody in America, free Lamborghinis, free iPhones. We're talking about the right to not die from an illness that is too expensive for you to treat in the world's wealthiest nation. Why is that not attainable? They can do it in other nations. They can do it in every other developed nation in the world. Why is that not attainable in the richest nation in the world? It is attainable.
Yeah. And you know, what's interesting is that, like, I actually, so often people talk about universal programs as not being enough. And if you ask them, well, what do you need? Like, what's a specific program? And they don't necessarily say, but what I found fascinating when I was listening to your interview that you did with Brianna Joy Gray on Hear the Burn, was that you actually give very important kind of testimony about how having a Black doctor can be really important for a Black patient, because you bring up the problem of so-called non-compliance, patient non-compliance, which
I hate that word.
Yeah, no, you said that. You're like, it's not, you know, because as you said, it's like, you're not being able to afford your medication is not
makes you non-compliant.
Yeah, right.
And Katie, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. These insurance companies, there's this thing called Patients at Medical Home. Maybe you've heard of it. And these insurance companies, right? They want us to ask, can you afford your medicines? Do you have enough food for the month? So they want us to ask everybody this, right? And I'm like, no, I can't afford my medications. What are they gonna do about it? They're not gonna do a damn thing. But I'm the doctor. I'm supposed to magically wave a wand and get everybody food and medications. When I'm like, you're the insurance company. Damn near most of my people living with diabetes can't afford their insulin. How about you make insulin free? Problem solved. So they want me to ask about these problems that they can fix, but I can't fix. It drives me insane that they do that. So I think slowly insurance companies are recognizing that you can't talk health without talking social determinants of health. No, you can't be healthy if you're homeless. But we as a nation need to get it and enforce a single payer Medicare for all system and these other policies, housing for all, higher education and free trade school for all. But yeah, it's so frustrating that this, like I said, this is not rocket science. Of course, you know, the majority of people who are homeless disproportionately are African Americans, are disproportionately homeless. So all these policies, you can't just talk about Medicare for all without talking about these other policies, eliminating homelessness, canceling student debt. And it was yesterday, Katie, I have a little Black girl. Oh, she's so beautiful. Olivia. Hi, Olivia. She's probably not watching.
We'll send her the clip.
She watches she's a huge fan of the show. Watches every day.
Her mom lived about 30, 40 minutes away from my office, but she was intentionally seeking out a doctor of color for her little girl to bring to, so that she would always know she could be whatever she wanted to be. Because I've had little girls within the past, 8 years of me practicing, who said, oh, I never saw a Black doctor before. So she intentionally brought her to see me as a patient. And I haven't seen her in a while because of COVID. And her mom probably brought her yesterday to get her flu shot. And we just sat in my office with our masks, socially distanced, with the window cracked, just talking, because I hadn't seen her in so long, Olivia. And her mom says she talks about me all the time. And that's important. And it's something that I took for granted, because growing up, my father was a preacher, and we had a few Black doctors who went to our church. So I didn't even think about, I've never seen a Black doctor. Can Black people be a doctor? I never really had those thoughts because it was something that I saw, frequently. But Black doctors are underrepresented in the medical field, and there are studies that show that patients of color get better care when they are seen by doctors that look like themselves. That doesn't mean that Black patients can't get care by a white doctor. That means in general. And when you talk about distrust in the healthcare system, Black people, Native people, people of color, we have a lot of reasons to distrust the medical system because we have a lot of reasons to distrust everything in the United States.
Right.
The system.
Every system.
The police,
the system.
the court, the government. We have reasons to distrust everything. So it's easier to be more trusting and establish a good rapport with somebody who looks like you, who understands your plight. Stress. African Americans have the highest incidence of high blood pressure in the world. That is directly related because of the systemic and institutional racism we have. It's not just because genetically all of a sudden we got this gene that gives us high blood pressure. No, it's just years and decades of systemic and institutional racism. The fact that we started in this country as slaves that created these conditions that give us high blood pressure. So you want to go to a doctor who understands you and talks to you. And that's why, and a lot of my patients of color are distrusting of vaccines. I'm very pro-vaccine. My children have gotten every CDC recommended vaccine. And I didn't just blindly vaccinate them. I did my own research and decided if the vaccines were appropriate for them. But my medical assistant, who is white, is always shocked. Because she's supposed to ask you if you want the flu vaccine or whatever vaccine when she brings you back. And then I come in. And I'm like, do they want their vaccine? And she's like, no, but you're probably going to convince them anyway. That's what she says. And she is shocked by it. She'll ask them, they'll say no. When I go in the room and I say, look, what's your concern about this vaccine? Not in a judgmental matter, just trying to find out where their head is at. And when they tell me, and when I address their concerns from a place of love and a place of and I'm like, look, I got 2 Black sons at home, like the HPV vaccine. I'm like, I asked my son, do you want to get warts on your penis one day? He said, no, I don't want to get warts on my penis. No, what kind of question is that? I said, well, they have a vaccine for that. Do you want that?
They do? I need. Yeah. I want it.
You're too old. We're too old. I got mine.
Am I?
No,
I missed the boat?
They raised the age to like 45 that you can
get. Oh, you got some time.
Right.
I got 10 years. Exactly 10 years.
I say, look, I understand your concerns. They are valid. I'm not trying to dismiss them. But let me explain, as somebody who looks like you, why I trust this vaccine and why when I've taken it or I've given it to my loved ones. I can almost always, not always, but I can almost always change my mind. And like I said, it was really surprising to my white medical assistant that I could go in the room with patients of color and oftentimes convince them to get things that they need.
Yeah, because it's not. Tuskegee Airmen, like there is a precedent, right, for like very
Henrietta Lacks. I said, just there's being Black in America is reason to be suspicious of almost everything. Yeah. So you need to. So when you're talking to somebody who understands that because they look like you, it just makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. And but what's so interesting is that like I really appreciate you so much for many reasons, but one of them is like you are someone you're just totally honest, and you get that they're interrelating issues, but like there needs to be anti-bias training among doctors, because we can talk about that stuff about like differences in painkillers, and like there's really scary stories and statistics. And also, I was going to ask you to share the story about the woman who was telling you that she basically wasn't going to tell you that she couldn't afford to take her medicine, and then she felt more comfortable with you, right? But like, imagine thinking that you have to fight for that, but not the other stuff. As if they're mutually exclusive. That's why it's so important
to have an advocate, and that's why, like, my patients know if you need me, call me. I got your back. So I had a lady. She went to the ER. She had a blood clot in one arm, right? So they put her on a blood thinner, and then she went to the ER with a blood clot in the opposite arm. But it was painful, so she went in for arm pain, and a lot because of implicit biases and because of med school training, they don't teach the proper things. They still treat these falsehoods that Black people experience pain different than white people. I was trying to, blow her off. Well, you're on a blood thinner. You don't have another blood clot because you're on a blood thinner. And she's like, no, this feels exactly like the pain I had when I had my first blood clot. So, she called me up there. I was like, look, she is not drug seeking. She is not somebody who complains about nothing. You need to give her a CAT scan and make sure, not CAT scan, ultrasound, and make sure she doesn't have a blood clot in her other arm. Guess what? She had a blood clot in her other arm, even though she was on blood thinner. So that we had to change her blood thinner. So we have to, Black women not only have to advocate for ourselves, but we have to advocate for each other. And that's what I'm so passionate about doing in my work. And I just let people who I refer to, my specialists, I just let them know, like, look, Black people are at higher risk of death from so many health conditions. When I see you, my patients of color, you need to be mindful of that, or I'm not going to send them to you anymore. When you think of something like prostate cancer, Black men are more likely to die from prostate cancer than Caucasian men. So I've called urologists and I've said, look, Mr. Such and Such is a Black male. He's super high risk. He feels like you told him, not to get the biopsy, or that you led him in one direction. He doesn't feel like you gave him an informed decision to make the right choice. Oh, I'm sorry. And I just put him on notice that you are going to treat my patients of all colors appropriately, or I'm not sending them to you anymore.
Yeah. But that's a perfect example of like you were saying before. Oh, and Nando has to go, not because he doesn't care about this, but because his girlfriend is waiting for him. Anyway,
Nando.
But Nando, thank you for joining us. And
thank
you should have
for having me. Doctor, thank you so much. That was very inspiring. You're a very inspiring person.
Yeah, you should have her on. Have her on Jacobin. All right.
We should have you on Jacobin. All righty.
Bye, Nando.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
But, it's like you were saying, why would you want to have to fight all these things with the extra hurdles of not having health insurance? Right? Like this infuriating false dichotomy of, will that end racism or will that end implicit bias? No, but why would you not try to
we can institute other policies to address those things. And is it ever going to be 100% equal? I don't think it will, not my lifetime, but it can be better. It can always be better. Yeah. And when you look at something like the Black maternal mortality rate, a lot of it is implicit bias. And then a lot of it is being underinsured or uninsured. Black women are more likely to be on Medicaid when they're pregnant, and Black women are more likely to be uninsured when they're pregnant. So this is a huge issue that we can address. And we can put in the Medicare for All bill. Part of the bill is that healthcare providers have to have implicit bias training. And if they discriminate against patients because of their skin color, that there's going to be some consequences to that. We need that. Landlords aren't supposed to, they do, but they're not supposed to, discriminate against tenants because of, religion or sexual orientation, et cetera, et cetera. So we do need something written down that providers shouldn't discriminate against patients, and that they do need some implicit bias training so that they can give the best care to people. So that's why they call it implicit bias. It's not something like they're going around saying, what, I'm coming to work today and I'm going to treat my Black patients worse than I treat my white patients. No, it's not. That's why we need to train them, because it's subconscious biases that they have. And that's why they need to be addressed and brought up and trained on. And not only do I believe that all people deserve health care, but especially for addressing health disparities, specifically in the African-American community, I think there needs to be other things in the Medicare for All bill, like Medicare for All should cover dental, vision, long-term care, but it should also cover transportation to your doctor's appointments, because that's a huge issue too, with women of color who are more likely to work in lower wage jobs, might not have reliable transportation to get to the doctor's appointments. That's a huge issue. We need to protect workers better than the existing FMLA. We need some better protections to protect their job so that they can feel free to go to their doctor's appointments and not get fired. FMLA only does so much. You have to work so many hours. You have to be there for a year. So I think we need better protections for people to be able to keep their job and be able to have the time off they need to get to their doctors. The Medicare for All needs to be expanded to cover telemedicine, so that people who live in rural areas and people who don't have access to the doctor during the office hours can still get care that they need. So Medicare for All, yes, it provides healthcare for all, but just Medicare for All is going to address all this. It's going to address implicit bias training. It's going to address transportation. It's going to address all these other things that would make us a more healthy society. And it's going to drive down costs. If you can keep people healthy, it's going to drive down costs. Like you look at now with Medicare, when most people get at 65, but if you have a chronic kidney disease, you end up on dialysis, guess what insurance you get? You get Medicare. But it's like they're giving you Medicare after your kidneys failed already. Right. I wonder if we gave everybody Medicare at birth and we gave them a way to get to the doctor when they needed to, and we protected their job so that they could get to the doctor and not get fired, I wonder how many less patients would end up on dialysis in the first place because they were able to be proactive about their health. So that's why healthcare is so important.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I would love to have you on again, and we can do a longer chat. I really appreciate how generous you are. We didn't even get into Flint, Michigan, and Detroit. And you're based in Michigan. Also, what's happening now with just maybe Senator if you could Turner. You, Senator
Nina for
Turner,
Congress.
yeah, we just
Yes.
announced her. Yeah. Are you going to be her running mate? I know you don't have that in Congress, but can you be her? Can you be her? Can you be her?
I'm gonna be her biggest volunteer.
Yeah,
that's for sure. I'm gonna be going to Ohio. I can drive there. I know we're in the middle of a pandemic. That's not much that we can do, but everything that we can do safely, I will be there 101%.
Great. Well, thank you again.
Yes. Thank you, Katie.
Thanks, Doctor.
Bye.
Bye. Wow, that was so great. Love that woman. Wasn't that amazing? She's so great. Speaking of amazing, great women, we're going to bring in our next amazing, great woman guest. And you know her. Actually, she hasn't been on the live stream before, so I'm sure you do know her. And you've read her. I'm sure you've read her. And she is the prolific Megan Day, who's also an editor at Jacobin. Welcome.
Hi, how's it going, Katie?
Good, you?
That's going good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course. Thanks so much for joining us. So you you've written like so many great pieces lately, and I don't even know where to start. Is there one that this is not, sometimes people say this because it's a BS thing, I haven't read them. I actually have read all of them. But is there a particular one that you feel most excited about talking about? Or there's kind of like a micro macro element, I think, there's a micro element to the Twitter philanthropy one, and there's kind of a macro element in the, how much the Senate is going to leave Americans to fend for themselves.
Yeah, you when you told me that you wanted to talk about my recent spate of articles, that encouraged me to go look at what I'd written recently, because I'm just sort of pumping stuff out. I don't always stop to take stock of everything. And I thought, actually, you identified the last 5 articles as potential topics. And if you read the titles, the headlines that Jacobin gave all of them, I do feel like it captures the moment that we're in. So one is called "The Last Thing the Economy Needs is Joe Biden's Austerity." One is called "U.S. Billionaires Have Increased Their Riches by $1 trillion During the Pandemic." One is called "Joe Biden's BlackRock Cabinet Picks Show the President-Elect is Ready and Eager to Serve the Rich." And one is called "The Senate is Leaving Americans to Fend for Themselves This Winter." So I think you can tell that my outlook on the twin public health and economic crises in the incoming Biden administration is not particularly optimistic. I think that that's pretty obvious from the list of articles that I've written recently. As for where to start, I think that we should maybe start with the most recent article. "The Senate is Leaving Americans to Fend for Themselves This Winter." So you all have probably been following what's been happening with this sort of bipartisan coronavirus relief package bill. It's pretty bleak, which is to say that, when the CARES Act was passed in March, people got $600 a week in unemployment insurance, and that money actually not only kept people from plunging into poverty, but it actually managed to lift some people out of poverty because it was more than they were making at their jobs. They're not paying them a living wage. It was basically, it was a cash infusion into the economy that sort of masked the economic effects of the pandemic. I remember around, May, June, July, before it expired, you would look around and things seemed kind of normal. People weren't out on the streets or anything, but it wasn't like there was, mass, social wreckage or anything. And the reason why is because we were actually managing to sustain people throughout that period. That expired at the end of July, and things have gone downhill pretty quickly since then. I think that if you look around your city, you might be able to see some evidence of that. Probably more tent cities cropping up where you live, and also more people participating in the informal and formal economy in ways that aren't safe, because they simply need money to survive, in part because that unemployment insurance disappeared. So things are looking pretty bad, and we really need help yesterday for millions of people. 25 million workers in the United States have been heavily impacted economically by the lockdown. So to break that down, there's about 10 million jobs that have been lost and not recovered. We're like 10 million jobs in the hole. That's alarming on its own. But it's also the case that some people have simply dropped out of the labor market entirely, which means that their households are taking a hit. And it's also the case that some people have lost a major source of economic income, a major source of income, which is impacting their families. And then there's also like all these dependents and rippling outward effects. So, tens of millions of people are experiencing major economic suffering because of the fact that we haven't been able to get the pandemic under control and make the United States safe to reopen. And we've managed to have the worst of both worlds, which is to say that we've had sort of lockdowns that haven't been effective enough to stop the pandemic, and we also haven't been paying people enough to weather the lockdowns, right?
Yeah.
So total disaster all around. So as for what's happening now, we now have a proposal. It's a bipartisan proposal. It's already coming too late. Plenty of people have already, crossed that sort of threshold. People who are living on the razor's edge of poverty, or people who, like now aren't needing to sort of like take out second mortgages and all of this stuff. People are already experiencing issues, and it's already too late. But better now than never. The problem is that it's now stipulating $300 a week in expanded unemployment insurance, which is half of what people were getting at the beginning of the pandemic. Nothing has significantly changed. If you're unemployed, you still need that amount of money to live. It's just that Republicans are talking about the deficit. They're talking about the price tag. They're basically talking about saving for a rainy day in the middle of a Category 5 hurricane. Like, if this is literally what tax dollars are for. If they're not for this, I don't understand what they're for. And the problem is that centrist Democrats don't really have much of a leg to stand on when it comes to combating these talking points, because centrist Democrats have embraced the logic of austerity and in many cases built their careers as deficit hawks, which they are sort of known, especially since the 90s, the Democratic Party. It's become quite fashionable in the Democratic Party to signal that you're a pragmatic adult in the room by offering up the sort of sacred cows of the American welfare state and hand-wringing about the deficit and so on. So centrist Democrats obviously are sort of going along with this. I mean, they're putting up a little bit of a fight here and there, but the truth of the matter is this is going to go through more or less as is, and there's not also going to not be a second round of stimulus checks. So that $1,200 that people got in the mail at the beginning, that's probably the first and last check that anybody's going to see, unless something changes really dramatically, like in the next few weeks. So what does this mean for ordinary people? I mean, I think essentially it's still the case that if you look out your window, I think it looks worse out there than it did in May or June. Just personally, I live in Los Angeles, in terms of just sort of the visible signs of social deterioration. But it doesn't look like the movie Contagion, where people are sort of clamoring over each other and smashing windows. And the reason why is because people are relying on informal kinship networks. I mean, basically that sort of American individualism is really being marshaled at the moment. And it's like a lot of people are just like moving in with their sister, or like, taking out, going into debt that they don't know how they're ever going to pay off. Or just, trying to pinky promise their landlord. Because as we know, there's a federal evictions moratorium, but there's been a continuous wave of evictions anyway, because of the uneven application of that law. I mean, who's responsible for checking to make sure that landlords aren't throwing people out? It's happening.
Right.
So I think that what's going to happen this winter, as cases get worse, and as people's living costs in some ways tend to go up in the winter, and it's a dicey time for people, and I think people are just going to be turning to each other for help, and I also think people are going to be turning to philanthropy for help. We can talk about philanthropy a little bit too.
Yeah, I was just pulling up this person's Bill Pult. Is he still on Twitter? Is his Twitter handle just Pulte? So scary. Okay, yeah.
Pulte, yeah. I don't know how it's pronounced, but yeah. I looked into this guy. So
yeah, so that's you had one of your, another amazing article you wrote was called Message in a Bottle. Message in a Bottle, and then the subheading is, in the United States of 2020, millions are desperate for help, and they're forced to compete for scraps from Twitter philanthropists.
Yeah, so let me tell you a little bit about this piece. And I think that you're really right about the kind of like, there's the political bird's eye view angle, and then the other piece that there's several pieces along the spectrum, but this one is at the opposite end of the spectrum, which is like, what is it like for real people to be living right now? So this is for the most recent print issue of Jacobin, and actually my editor and I had discussed me writing a sort of general piece about the housing crisis. So I wanted to talk to some people for that. And so I was poking around on Twitter looking for people to like cold DM basically. And every tweet that I saw that contained the phrase like, I'm being evicted, was actually a plea for help from a small group of people who call themselves Twitter philanthropists, which I had never heard of. And the main person seemed to be Bill Pulte, who considers himself to be the inventor of Twitter philanthropy. He calls it 21st century charity. You know, I have some quotes in here. Let me see if the one from him, when he told a reporter, if you're dying, so he's the grandson of a billionaire home developer named also Bill Pulte, and he's the CEO of a private equity firm called Pulte Capital Partners. So he's using his own personal money and to give it away. He runs these sort of sweepstakes, and the idea is that you, if you need money from Bill Pulte, you can respond to one of his tweets with your sort of story, either talking about your problems in your life or what you would do with the money, and it generates this kind of alarming spectacle of essentially begging.
Right.
And then he randomly, there it is, that's the one. Yeah, let's look at this. So he said, if you're dying of cancer, if your teeth are falling out, if your son just committed suicide after being in Afghanistan, Bill Pulte is your best friend. That's Bill Pulte talking about himself. This is a sort of branding exercise for him. I'm not entirely sure what he's getting from it. I think personal gratification. Obviously, the people who receive money, I mean, sometimes, you know, several $1,000 they're receiving. I mean, that's great for them. Their lives are turning around for the better. I saw one woman, you know, right around the time that I wrote the article, received a check from him for $7,500. And she said that she was going to use it to pay her rent, to fix her car, to fix her computer, to pay off debts. You know, that's going to substantially transform that person's life. At the same time, you know, Bill Pulte, you can go to Open Secrets, you can see what his, you know, political donation history is. I mean, he donates exclusively to Republicans. The guy doesn't want to pay taxes. He wants to, at his own discretion, be able to give away a chunk of money of his own choosing to the beneficiary of his own choosing, instead of, you know, having that money taken from him and then redistributed throughout the society to make sure that everybody's social rights are being enshrined and that their social goods are being furnished and they can actually take care of themselves and we can have a functional society. So I think that's really alarming on its own. I did end up finding people to talk to in Bill Pulte's mentions, and that's the bulk of the article, was that I just kind of got in touch with them and I was like, why are you in this guy's mentions? The first person I talked to was like, I can't stand this guy, but I'm in there because I need help. And it's not just him. In fact, she hasn't gotten any money from Bill Pulte. She's gotten money from other people who have seen that, ordinary people who are also strapped, or at least were, or have been in their lives, or can empathize, who just see these stories and are giving. So there is a kind of mutual aid network happening in Bill Pulte's comments, which is nice. But like many mutual aid networks, I think that it's a nice thing to do if you haven't actually instituted what you ought to institute, which is, you know, compulsory progressive taxation that funds universal social programs to make sure that people can have decent lives. So that's the story there. And I can tell you a little bit about the individual people. I'll give you the overview. Is that what I wanted to really communicate in this article was the hard impasse that people are at, and the sort of, it's more than a catch-22. It just seems to be, there are so many blockages all around you and there's no wiggle room. You know, if you, the kind of give and take is really complex. So I talked to one woman named Karen Smith, who lives in Jupiter, Florida, who was telling me that, you know, she's unemployed, and then unemployment insurance expired, and she could take a job, a low-wage job in her coronavirus hotspot zone. She's 50 years old and is a single mother to a teenage boy who has health issues. In fact, he has extreme health issues. That's why they moved to Florida, and he's had $1 million years before, right? But the problem is that if she takes a job and her income suddenly changes, then she's no longer eligible for state means-tested benefits, which she doesn't want to risk because we're in a public health crisis. She's got a kid with medical problems. And so, you know, and now her landlord's, you know, knocking down the door saying you owe rent. And these are the kinds of problems that sort of drove her onto Twitter saying, please, here's my Venmo, here's my PayPal, please give me money. I just need money to make it to the next month. And behind every single one of those tweets is a story like this, where there's just, it's like a million rocks and hard places all around you. And this could be easily rectified. I mean, I really mean it. It could be easily rectified. You know, corporations, the billionaires in the United States have raked in $1 trillion over the course of the pandemic. They've grown their personal wealth by $1 trillion. It's another piece that I wrote. That money, actually, this is Bernie Sanders's plan to give everybody a $2,000 check. Actually contains a sort of budgetary analysis where I found a corresponding stat that is the precise amount that it would take to pay everybody to stay home, to maintain wages for all US workers at pre-crisis levels for 4 months. 4 months, we could nip the entire pandemic in the bud, no more coronavirus deaths. Everybody stays home and nobody has to worry about getting evicted and nobody has to worry about, loss of income and so on and so forth. But instead that money went to the richest people in the world and for no good reason. So that's our skewed priorities. Obviously, we need an aggressive agenda of taxation and redistribution.
Yeah. And how much, it's kind of scary because I get that from the outside, people think, oh, this is great. There's this guy who's being generous. But, as you pointed to, it's very different to have personal discretionary budget versus an actual government budget. And, one of the things that I think is the scariest about all of this is that there's such a difference between charity and justice or rights and rights and what? I don't even know, like gifts. And I think that, it's like this, it's nice if you want to be generous, of course, but like you're turning it into a spectacle. And there's a bit of a, Hunger Games type thing aspect to it. But also how much, is there a concrete way that we know that one thing replaces the other? In other words, do you think it's a psychological thing that the very wealthy just get a kind of, to clear their consciences by giving money to people? Or is it an actual economic policy thing where if they just paid more in those taxes, we could actually obviously fund a lot of different programs? How could this be changed?
Yeah, okay, so I'm trying to find the place in the piece where I say how much Bill Pulte has given away so far, and I won't be able to find it right now, but the truth of the matter is, yeah, he's bragging about the number because it looks amazing. It's to people whose bank accounts look like normal people's bank accounts. A figure like that looks incredible. Oh my God, he gave that away. If I had that, I would have trouble imparting with that amount of money. So what a generous guy. But just game it out over a few years of actual taxes, not the kind of taxes that we pay in the United States now, but the kind of taxes that people ought to pay. And it's clear, it's clear that this is actually a cost saving mechanism. Now, as for a particular, he's doing philanthropy in a different way, right, than other people. The ordinary philanthropy, I would say, is mostly PR. I think that it is primarily, saving, obviously the rich don't want to pay their taxes and they're going to do everything in their power to not pay taxes, but then that puts them in a position where it's obvious that they have a PR crisis on their hands because there's skyrocketing inequality and they're living in luxury while people are immiserated and so on. And so they have, they do philanthropy and they have galas and so on. Now, there's also a psychological aspect to this too. I think that wealthy people genuinely, I personally think that if you are wealthy and you live in a society like ours, unless you are some sort of American Psycho style, psychopath who actually has personality or emotional blockages, then you probably are living with some extreme discomfort. And I think that this is a way for people to alleviate that discomfort, at least temporarily. But they just don't want to lose their actual status and their actual, leverage in the economy. And so they don't want to pay their taxes because it's a great sort of equalizer. The kinds of taxes that we're talking about, sort of, if we were to imagine an American social democratic welfare state, far less than an aggressive socialist agenda. It wouldn't equal everybody out, but I think that it would compress the top and the bottom significantly, and there's great resistance to that from wealthy people in this country. And so philanthropy kind of comes in as an alternative that costs less money and that also is more at wealthy people's discretion. It's you choose the time, you choose the amount, you choose the beneficiary, and so on. Also, they don't. Right. And also also I think it's fun. I think that wealthy people create societies and cultures for philanthropy. And I think that there aren't pay your taxes like a good citizen galas. You don't get to wear, furs and diamonds when you pay your taxes. So
that'll be good. We should do that.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think in general, philanthropy is something that needs to be heavily scrutinized. But I think that in particular, the case of this Twitter philanthropy is really alarming because everybody's sort of, not everybody, a lot of people are forced out of their homes, but a lot of people are stuck inside, and then everybody's communicating digitally, and it's just this, like you said, a kind of Hunger Games style spectacle. I do think that it represents a kind of failed state or a breakdown of civilized society when you have mass numbers of people publicly begging elites to give them crumbs. And as for the individual people, often they'll flatter the shit out of whoever they're hoping to get money from, but then you speak to them, and the two people that I profiled in the story were both kind of like privately much more suspect about the whole thing. It does not feel good to be reduced to begging. I think that there's a fair amount of warranted resentment on the part of, but the public persona that you affect is very sort of gracious and thankful and flattering.
Yeah. I mean, it really it's like a microcosm of all the power dynamics and all the kind of behavioral things and interactions, and also how much this charity, distracts. Like this guy, I mean, I think for a lot of people, this is a little bit over the top and shocking, but it's not that different from normal charity, right? It just puts a more kind of, I don't know, like voyeuristic frame on it. But I think, you do really whitewash your image, and like the focus becomes on how important it is to donate and how important charity is, and not how important it is to not have this massive inequality in the first place. Like that should be the thing that we're working on and trying to solve and fix. Not I think
one of the phrases that I come back to a lot is that there's something about philanthropy that's actually really despotic. Like it's really kind of tyrannical. I mean, I think it's actually kind of barbaric, and we should probably try to denaturalize it a little bit and look at it for what it is, which is that we're allowing a tiny ruling elite to just gorge itself on the labor and the consumer dollars of the majority of the population, and then giving them a standing ovation whenever they like dole out small amounts of it. I think that it's quite disturbing if you were to sort of imagine a society that's not ours. Sort of imagine a historical society, and then imagine the kind of like kings and queens or lords and ladies of such a society behaving in this manner. I think it would be easy to feel like it was really gross. It's just very natural in our society instead.
Right. And curious for numbers, charity is the opiate of capitalism. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. Yeah. A good summary. Also, it could be easily an old a historical thing. It also could be a science fiction, like this topic thing. And I just wanted to see, like, let's look at his. I'm curious what he's tweeting now. Can we look at his?
Yeah, I haven't looked at it since the story came out, so we'll look at it together. Yeah,
we should let's put him under the microscope and decide whether or not to give him what. Whether I'll offer him a spot and a guest appearance on the show if I like what he tweets. I'm just kidding. But let's just. It is okay. So this is the philanthropist. Inventor of Twitter philanthropy, giving money, food, and rent to people in need. All of those things, by the way, are things that should be rights.
Right. The state should be the philanthropist that gives money, food, and rent to people in need.
Right.
Rent, questionable. Housing.
Yes. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Right, housing, shelter. This is just basic Bible stuff too, right? Like, I'm not Christian, but I'm not trying to ground our politics in theocracy, but it's just so funny because a lot of charity is so Christian. But obviously, you can take and pick from the Bible lots of different ways. So let's see. And I picked this random teammate, DM'd her, then sent her the 10,000 proof on her screen, or ask her Merry Christmas. I will be doing more giveaways soon. Stay tuned. Heart emoji, flying money emoji, Santa emoji. And then this is this woman who, and by the way, neither Megan nor I is like at all critical of, we're just dissecting how this happens. And as Megan says, a lot of the people she spoke to are resentful. But thank you so much. This means so much to me. You're a real hero. Thank you.
I mean, if you got $10,000, I'm sure, you know what I mean? Like, I think, like I said it before, I want to reiterate that it's completely transformational in the lives of individual people. You know?
And totally. I mean, that's what makes it kind of heartbreaking, because it is like, what I would do that if I needed that. Like, I would never turn away from that. And that's what it does. It's like the spectacle becomes, again, it's all about what this generous person is doing. I'm giving $10,000 to someone random who retweets this tweet in the next 24 hours because it's Christmas and I feel like being generous. Ha. Emoji.
Well, can we pause? Can we pause for a second on this? Yeah. Like, look at that number. Look at that number of retweets. 295. That's 300,000 people. 300,000 people wanted that money. 300,000 people follow this guy and they want that money. I mean, like, obviously people want $10,000. That's normal. But that number, I think given the situation that we're in, which is that we're in an economic crisis that's very different from the Great Depression, and we'll see what the lasting effects are, but it's like entirely catastrophic on a scale that actually surpasses points in the Great Depression. And people are, you know, really desperate. And that number, we should just like, you know, dwell on it a little bit. Like, those are people who really need that money. How did it get so bad for them? How did we build a society that has gotten to the point where people are on Twitter just like boosting the profile of someone who they actually a lot of them probably think he's really smarmy, but they're just hoping it's them, you know, they're just hoping it's them. They're hoping they'll get plucked out of the anonymous hundreds of thousands of people who are in the same situation as them. It's really quite grotesque.
Must be following me so I can DM you if you win. We'll post proof. So he's also trying to, you know, gain clout, like Twitter followers. What's interesting also, Megan, is now that you pointed out the number of likes and stuff, it's interesting that it got more retweets than likes. That's not common, you know? Like,
right, because you and I are familiar with Twitter, and that's really weird. But what he's saying is, like, people are not, that's actually almost is like a nice encapsulation of what I'm trying to say, which is that people are not, they will sort of affect whatever kind of, you know, graciousness is sort of required of them in the moment. But a lot of people don't want to hit like. They're not like, oh my God, that's so amazing. A lot of people are just like, whatever, retweet, hope it's me. I should say that I think the word resentment maybe is a little bit wrong. I spoke to a young woman named Jackson Cheney, 19-year-old, who has a son who was born in February. This is another situation where I was really trying to demonstrate like how hard it is for people to get themselves out of the situations that they're in right now, unless they do something like this, unless they sort of like hope that, you know, money comes through from strangers. And she wasn't, I don't think she was resentful. I wouldn't characterize her that way. I would say that she was just appalled that the situation was this bad. I mean, she was like, she's the one who told me, you know, I don't understand what taxes are for if that money is not coming to us right now. Like, how could they do this to millions of people? Like, we pay our taxes. We're good citizens, you know? Yeah. And so her story is that, and I don't know, and I hate to do this sort of like sob story, you know, thing, but, or have it be in any way mirroring, like, you know, Bill Pulte's Twitter mentions, but I should say what is going on so that people understand just how the straits that people are being put in this pandemic. So she and her boyfriend had, she got pregnant. She had her son, Ezra, and they were living in California, and Stephen was working freelance for a construction company, and then he stopped getting hired. She had planned to go back to work a few weeks after Ezra was born, which already is a problem, that's the kind of society that we live in. But she was going to get a job at Sam's Club. She had some people on the phone. They knew who she was. They had her application. She was pretty sure she was going to get it. And then she started to question whether or not it was even safe because she's immunocompromised. She has a blood disorder. And then she was actually about to maybe go into work at Sam's Club anyway, even with a newborn, and she's immunocompromised. But the unemployment got so bad that people started flooding Sam's Club with applications who could start at the drop of a hat. And so they stopped calling her back. So they packed all their possessions into a car and drove out to Tulsa because they heard from her family who lives there that there was an apartment there that they could rent. And when they got there, the apartment rental giant landlord, you know, very bureaucratic, said, you have to quarantine in a motel by yourself for 2 weeks before we'll even let you come in and fill out the paperwork. And you have to pay for the motel yourself. And that money cleaned them out of what they would have spent on the apartment, and they no longer had the money for a successful move-in. So they were just homeless in Tulsa. So that's the situation that people are in all over the country. And she's a perfect example of something I mentioned earlier, which is that she and her boyfriend, they've now sort of broken up under the strain of I mean, this is impacting people's personal relationships in very serious ways. They're sleeping on friends' couches. So it's like, you can't really see it when you look out your window. I actually do think that I see more people living in tents here in Los Angeles than before, but a lot of people are dealing with this privately and tapping into their friend and family networks under the promise that it's going to be temporary, right? Like, hopefully this thing will be resolved soon. But I don't think it's going to be as temporary as all that, because I think that there's an economic contraction happening right now that is going to have knock-on effects for a long time. So I think, yeah, there's going to be a lot more people in positions like that, even after a vaccine is available, even after jobs start to, businesses start to reopen and jobs start to come back. I mean, we're 10 million jobs in the hole. That's not coming back just because we get a vaccine. Businesses have shuttered, and there's just less money. There's less money going around. There's just less economic activity to sustain people's well-being in the absence of, social programs and social spending.
Yeah. Actually, Brad, thanks, Brad, who's one of our moderators. He sent me an article, which is kind of really, I don't know if you'd heard about this, but it's a Business Insider, and it's related to what we're talking about. Let's see, it's from back in April. David Dobrik used a T-shirt cannon to fire $10,000 checks and merch at fans outside their homes. Did you see this?
No, I did not see that.
Do you mind if we look into that?
Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
And then let's see. Let me just. Okay. Audio. Okay. So yeah, this is David Dobrik, executed one of his biggest giveaways ever. At the start of the video, he announced he'd partner with the video game company EA to help people out during the crisis. Dobrik, his assistants, and friend loaded up a van with game consoles and iPads, spraying them with disinfectant before handing them to people on the street while wearing gloves and masks. Then they attached about $500 in cash to numerous frisbees and tossed them to more passerbys who were told to look under the toy for a surprise. Dobrik and his crew then visited homes of people who had reached out to him with a T-shirt cannon and numerous David Dobrik branded shirts. For every piece of merch we're giving out, there's a check for $10,000. After filming the reactions, he handed even more people the keys to a new Toyota. Using the end of let's just watch this. I think it's one of those things where it's probably picture's worth 1,000 words.
How do I even start this?
By saying I'm an asshole.
Where do I even start? It's been a while.
That matriarchs of families,
right,
just kind of like breaking down in tears, not like
yeah, really happy. Yeah.
It looks like one thing I also want to say is that if you had that much money, I imagine that it would be actually genuinely like pleasurable to help people. I mean, it is pleasurable to help people. Like, those people look like they were having fun. The truth of the matter is that what needs to happen is less fun, which is that you pay large amount, the money that you have, that you got through, there are a variety of different ways to make money under capitalism. The vast majority of them involve exploitation. So the money that you have should be taxed. Also, maybe your industry should just be eliminated. But barring that, your money should be taxed, and we should have the equivalent of a T-shirt gun that shoots money at people, except it actually shoots jobs and universal social programs at people. And it's less pleasurable, it's less enjoyable. There are fewer smiles to go around, but I think also less degrading too. There's something kind of degrading about that.
I mean, the opening of that video kind of set up the tenor in terms of like how seriously they're taking this crisis. Like, they're having fun, they're hooking up, and it's not
that reminded me of one other little detail in my message in a bottle piece about so I found Jackson, the 19-year-old mother of an infant, in the mentions of both Bill Pulte and a 22-year-old YouTube star named Jimmy Donaldson, who also goes by the name Mr. Beast, who did like a crossover sweepstakes with Bill Pulte. And you should, if you can pull that up right now, it's right underneath the heading "Belly Up in Tulsa," and just look at the sort of tenor with which he approaches
Yeah, and then we should look at a video of him too. Let's see. I'm going to give. Whoops. Mr. Beast. Okay, I'm going to give 10 random people who retweet this tweet $10,000 each. You must be following Pulte and me so we can DM you if you win $10,000. Ends in 72 hours. We'll show proof. Okay, let's see this ratio. Again, many more retweets than likes. And again, that's not a common thing on Twitter. People really like things more than they retweet them. Mr. Beast then says, with everything going on now, we thought it would be fun to help some people. After I pay the winners, I'll share screenshots so you know this is legit.
You see what I mean with everything going on now, sort of like casually and euphemistic, and like it would be fun to help some people. Like it does feel very sort of informal. I mean, that seems to be the affect of a lot of these like young YouTubers and like 20-something-year-old like gaming or Twitch or whatever celebrities.
Yeah. Yeah. It also, it reminds me of like, of when people get free clothing or cheaper clothing that advertises a product. I mean, it's like a similar phenomenon of swag. You know, you're advertising for these people because that's cheaper than sometimes like buying clothing that's not swag. Let me just go back to is there anything else you want to make sure we saw from Beast? From Mr. Beast?
No. I don't think that he's big in this world. I think he occasionally does some of the. He dabbles in. Twitter philanthropy, Pulte branded Twitter philanthropy.
Right, and here's Pulte, just so people, in case people want to see. Here's a video of him.
Come on in, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody, even those people who don't help people. I am putting on some 90s music just to get us started, and then we'll get started. But I wanted to give you guys an update on everything. Have any of you ever even heard of this song? I heard it the other day, and I said, I haven't heard that song in like 20 years, 15 years.
He's not only spreading money, but musicology.
You ever heard of that?
Okay, this is actually something that I kind of wanted to hint at in the piece. I did mention
to Thanksgiving with Pulte.
I did mention in the piece that, you know, he had been showered with he was like, it's my birthday and I'm gonna give money out today, and people were like, happy birthday, by like the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. And he was like, thank you so much for saying happy birthday. It means a lot to me. It makes me feel so good. And I do think, look, I don't know this guy, I don't know what his psychology is, but I feel like when you are subjected to a regime of progressive taxation to fund universal social programs, to furnish social rights for all people, you don't get to then command the attention of large numbers of strangers in exchange for dangling money over them. And, you know, you could see a sort of very wealthy man having a midlife crisis and finding his own version of community actually in this bizarre spectacle. Right. And then sort of, I think he feels good about himself. Did you hear him just say happy Thanksgiving to even the people who don't do what I do? Even the people who don't give. Well, he has this thing where he feels, he claims often that he's creating a community of people who not only receive, but also give themselves, that it's like a pay it forward thing. And I'm like, look, most of the people in your replies do not have anything to give. So they're not, it's not through any fault of their own. There's no moral deficit. They just don't have the money to
in fact,
pay it forward.
Show, I mean, I'm sure I'm butchering, like, you know, reducing the nuance of the study, but the math checks out with me. Like, poorer people are more generous than richer people, apparently.
Yeah, well, that's something that I also wanted to hint at in Message in a Bottle, is that, you know, obviously when people don't have the money to help themselves, they also don't have the money to help anybody else. But there's like a step up sort of above that where people have money, but they know what it's like to not have money. And both Karen and Jackson told me that while they have not received any money from these Twitter philanthropists or types like that, they have actually received money that's been incredibly helpful from other people who've seen them sort of interacting or trying to interact. Jackson in order to, at the very beginning of the pandemic, before they moved out to Tulsa, they were sort of surviving on like canned food in their apartment, basically with a newborn. And she wrote a tweet sort of explaining her situation. Her friend put up the money to promote the tweet in the San Diego area. And people came through who were like, I was once a young, woman of color, like mother of an infant that like had no social recourse. And I know what it's like. And those are the people who came out of the woodwork to help her. And that kind of kept her through the next like month or two before they prepared to go to Tulsa. So I do think that anecdotally, it's like these guys have enough money to sort of blast it out of their either literal or metaphorical cannons. But there are so many people. It's just hitting one target out of a sea of so many. And the vast majority of people in their mentions are not going to get any money from anybody like this, but they might catch the attention of a stray, generous person who actually does have the means to contribute, but is not wealthy like that.
Right. Well, I wanted to actually bring in 2 more guests from the Jacobin community. I thought it'd be great to have all of you on together for a little bit. I know, so you can overlap if that's cool.
That's great. I might have to run after a bit, but I definitely want to say hi to these guys.
Yes. That's what I was just hoping. Yeah, I wanted you guys to be able to chat a little bit, and then they're going to come in and we're going to talk about more stuff. And I'm going to turn down the heat, but while I do that, I'm going to play one of their recent videos. They collaborated on this video about Eugene V. Debs. So let me, without further ado, is that not right? I think I maybe messed up.
No, that's correct.
It is, okay.
Without further ado, I think that's
maybe
right.
I say without any further ado. Is that the incorrect thing?
That seems right too.
All right. I think Nando was trying to gaslight me on that term. All right. Let me know if you guys.
Eugene Debs believed in socialism because he believed in democracy.
Why does it always do that when I do that? Sorry.
There are 3 main principles of Debs's politics. The first one was democracy. This was understood as the sort of struggle to topple unaccountable hierarchies and relations of domination. And once he believed that, he sort of started to move towards socialism. The second was internationalism and the importance of international solidarity. The struggles of workers everywhere were connected, and if you took the principles of democracy seriously, it was impossible to believe in hierarchies across borders too. The third principle is working class power. Workers were absolutely central to Debs' conception of socialism. He viewed them as a central agent, really, that would win democracy and socialism. He was born on November 5th, 1855, to French immigrant parents in Terre Haute, Indiana. It was a then booming town. His parents had a prosperous, successful grocery store. And when he went to work on the railroad when he was 14, it was more out of sense of adventure than desperation. That sort of early experience ended up radicalizing him. He was involved in union politics early on as a labor leader. But it wasn't until 1889 and 1894 that there were 2 major strikes. The first was the Burlington strike in 1889, and the second was the Pullman strike.
Okay, so we're gonna, we're gonna get back to the conversation, but I just want to play the ending of this because you guys all know who's a big fan of Debs.
This was truly a man of the people who just loved humanity and had a vision for a different type of country and world. He was often referred to as the leader of the Socialist Party and all that stuff. He didn't like that because he said, if I lead you, if I am the leader and I lead you there and you just follow me because I'm the leader, somebody else is going to come along and lead you in a different direction. You don't need leaders. You need to think for yourself. Democracy works. Very profound statement.
So, without any further ado, welcoming into the chat the 2 of the, not the leaders of this production, but 2 of the parts of the movement in that production, that video, Vic Viana and Forrest Miller.
How's it going?
Hey guys.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. I don't know if you've virtually met Megan.
I haven't. Good to meet you, Megan.
I follow Megan on Twitter, but I haven't spoken to her. Ever.
We're all aware of each other and fans of each other, but I don't think we've ever met on a Zoom call or live stream or anything like that. Yeah. Nice to see you guys.
So, I guess I mean, Forrest, you were texting me like very related stories. You want to set up one of the? I mean, we can talk after Megan goes. We can talk about more about the Deb stuff and what you're doing. But I thought since you had texted me a story about something related to this, I mean, we can also
it got covered on TMBS at one point. That's how I heard about it. But
TMBS, by the way, for people who don't know, is the Michael Brooks show.
But there was a Good Morning America segment and tweet where there was a nurse, I guess, who there was a nurse who adopted a 1-year-old with a congenital heart defect, and because the parents couldn't pay their medical bills, and it was framed by Good Morning America as wow, this amazing act of charity, without once mentioning the fact that the social safety net is broken and we need Medicare for all, and people shouldn't be in medical debt in the first place at all.
Right. It's like the isn't that precious shazation of tragedy? Not that person. It's not that it's not great that the person did that, but it kind of buries the lead.
It's definitely great that the person did that, but it needs to we definitely need Medicare for all, and it's kind of we're the only country, the only at least super industrialized world power country that people go into medical debt that much they need to have their children adopted in the first place. And these acts of charity are obviously they're really nice, but they're nice, but the system's broken too. They're nice and depressing.
Yeah, right. I think the danger is when people just see them as moving and kind of moving and inspiring reactions and solutions to inevitable problems, as opposed to very avoidable, preventable problems.
And obviously, establishment media and billionaires, anybody rich that doesn't have these problems are always going to see it as a nice thing, because we're kind of, number one, we're taught to think that charity is nice, but we're not really taught to think about it as systemic problems necessarily. That if you don't have those problems, you're not going to think wow, this is really depressing and things are,
right.
We have a task ahead of us, which is to convince people that it's nicer to build a society in which a stranger who you will never meet, whose eyes will never well up with tears when you do something nice for them because they're just off living their life and you're living your life, that person having a $80,000 or $100,000 a year good union public sector job because you had a progressive tax regime that furnished that for them, and that job helps them, or they with that job are providing services and goods for other people in their community. All of that is better, way better than these little morsels of, I even call them morsels of mercy in a cruel and unjust system, right? Because that's really what it is.
Yeah. Yes, but it's ultimately they add up to a shit sandwich of suffering, a shit cookie, whatever, if you're going to use the morsel thing, right? It really is. I mean, it's the reform that prevents revolution from happening, right? You don't have to be a leftist to get that. I think it was Fulbright who said that, this line, if we prevent people from having reform, then they're going to have revolution. This is a release valve.
Yeah.
For personally and kind of on a macro level.
This has been happening for, over a century, that we've been having these charity cases, because the churches originally did these charity things to help poor people, and it was to prevent us from getting a social safety net that was actually going to work. And then FDR with the New Deal, we had some form of social safety net, but as it's gotten reduced, charities come back in a big way in that sense.
Yeah, I was actually I was gonna mention this earlier, Katie, and then I kind of forgot, which is that in my article about the Senate is leaving Americans to fend for themselves this winter. The reason that I went with the whole this winter theme is because I wanted to call back to previous winter, which is the winter of 1931. So the Great Depression is underway. The New Deal hasn't yet been effected. Hoover is president, and we don't actually at that point have even the kind of 20th century, mid 20th century social democratic welfare state was, not, Scandinavian level, but existed in the United States, right? In the 20th century, we didn't even have that yet. So there actually wasn't sort of an organized way to disperse aid yet in the United States. It was completely haphazard. It's, there was no way for, and there wasn't really the will either for, the Hoover administration to actually get aid out to people. So the way that he solved this problem from a PR perspective is that he gave a speech in October of 1931, where he basically talked about how important volunteer community groups are, and churches and fraternal organizations. And then I'll just read a little bit from his speech. This was his grand address on the topic of the Great Depression as they were going into the winter of 1931. He said, "This task is not beyond the ability of these thousands of community organizations to solve," right? So first he's saying we can do it through this non-state means, right? Through charity. And then he actually goes on and gives a moral justification for it. He says, "To solve this problem in this way accords with the fundamental sense of responsibility, neighbor to neighbor, community to community, upon which our nation is founded. It is with these convictions in mind that I have the responsibility of opening this nationwide appeal to citizens in each community that they provide the funds which, community by community, this task shall be met. The maintenance of a spirit of mutual self-help through voluntary giving, through the responsibility of local government, is of infinite importance to the future of America." This is basically because the national government is completely impotent to do anything about the Great Depression. And then he says, this is the cherry on top to me: "No governmental action, no economic doctrine, no economic plan or project can replace that God-imposed responsibility of the individual man and woman to their neighbors." So he's actually managing the crisis by saying that, well, if I were to have some sort of great economic plan to solve our economic crisis, that wouldn't even be as good as everybody just, giving to their neighbors this winter anyway. And so then he says something at the end of this speech where he's like, "Well, I hope that I've assuaged your fears about the coming winter, and we're going to make it through." And it turns out that it was actually awful. The winter of 1931 was incredibly crushing and grueling and terrible, because actually you can't solve problems of this depth or magnitude with charity. You have to have some kind of actual infrastructural apparatus to distribute aid. And you also have to have an apparatus that has the political guts to tax the rich, take things away from them that they don't want to give up, and then disperse it to everybody else so that we can live in a civilized society.
Wow. Yeah. Megan for something. President, governor, get rid of that count.
YouTube is fine.
What'd you say?
YouTube.
Megan for YouTube. Yeah. Well, any questions that you guys have for each other? I mean, this is kind of a Jacobin mixer. Questions or comments?
It's true. Well, I loved your guys' documentary. Are you guys going to do more of those? What's up next?
Yeah, we're actually working on one about William Jennings Bryan and the populist movement with Thomas Frank.
Friend of the show, FOTS, Thomas Frank.
That was my favorite book I read this year. The People Know.
The People Know, yeah.
Yeah, I got to check it out now.
Yeah. Have you guys read Listen Liberal?
Yes,
I read What's the Matter with Kansas back in the day, but I have not read Listen Liberal yet.
I listened to the
was
audio.
like really crucial for me, actually. Yeah. Like in when it came out, in 2016, right? It was like really, really prescient. I've recommended that to a lot of people who are sort of like Bernie-crats with like a growing kind of percolating socialist consciousness. I mean, I think Thomas Frank is not really like a sort of like hardcore like Marxist-y socialist type, but it's just like perfect for moving you from like your like frustration that the Democratic Party is not as good as it could be to like an understanding that there are like deep structural problems with the Democratic Party.
And and like I feel like his big insight is like, it's not that they can't be better, it's that they don't want to be better. It's not that they can't do things, it's not that they can't fight Republicans, it's that they want what Republicans are doing, except like they have friends who are, I don't know.
The part about
they're good on some social issues sometimes, and not even always. But I want to be able to, Megan, if you have a couple minutes, of course, stick around. But also, if you have a hard out, we respect that. So
I should probably go, y'all. This has been great. It was really nice to see your faces, Vic and Forrest. And thanks for having me on, Katie.
Yeah, of course. And I will come back and talk about California.
Absolutely. Bye, y'all.
Bye. We'll set up another mixer.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, talking about the listen liberal thing, the part of it that really the part of it that really, I guess, messed with my mind a little bit is that Obama was like the perfect meritocracy president, because he was a pure product of the meritocracy. He's smart. Like, nobody can, deny that Obama is like one of the smartest political leaders we've ever had. And so that his entire politics, it's conservative politics, because it's like a pull yourself up by the bootstraps kind of like, I did this. And in a way that, like, I don't know, in a way that a lot of other political leaders that we've had don't have, because they weren't from that background of, not poverty, but, like middle class American. His dad was like a professor, but he still was like traveling around, and like he didn't get to see him a lot of the time. And it's not like he was from like a privileged background the way that, most of our political leaders are.
Yeah. That's funny though, because Obama projects that for sure. But then you think about it for 5 minutes and you're like, oh, he went to like the most elite prep school in Hawaii, and his mom married an Indonesian businessman, and he was living abroad for a while,
It's funny? I was right before I was listening to the Thomas Frank book, I was listening to the Jakarta method, and they were talking about and they used a lot of Obama's trip to Indonesia and like his childhood to explain what happened, because his father was like a diplomat or some kind of state official at the time in Indonesia. So he kind of like disappeared for times, and he wouldn't talk about like what happened, and Obama was like asking him like, why can't you talk about this, or why can't you talk about that, and his father wouldn't say anything to it. So it's interesting that then Obama kind of turns around and he's like the drone strike war crimes president.
Right. Yeah.
I did this for you, Dad.
Yeah, I did this for you, Dad. Also, I did this for you. I did this for Dad, and I did this for you, Rahm Emanuel, because according to his memoirs, Rahm made him do it. He knew he couldn't have a liberal president.
Did you see the New York Mag thing today, where he said he admitted that like, oh, we could have done more. Like, I think that he said something like, it's the post-Reagan era, and they underestimated how much that they could like really do, and that he's like, we were kind of timid, and we should have gone with bolder ideas, but we didn't at the time.
Why? Like, why? You're not an idiot. I just want to read some comments before we get back into the chat. Rev Edmund Balela says, fight corporate hegemony, and Katie, give Bodhi a dog biscuit. I will. I'll give her a treat, a greenie. Robert Pouquet says, the government won't pay for our illnesses because they'll have to take financial responsibility for disease causing business practices and social system. Oh, for our disease causing business practices and social system, bad environment, no childcare, war traumas, stressed families. The analytical failure says, if we advocate for M4A and win enough to get a public option passed covering all Americans without eliminating private insurance, would you take it or reject it, leaving Americans as desperate as they are? And then thank you, Use2C3 for the donation. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about that question. What was it? If it was public access, public option versus nothing? Was that the question? But I wanted to talk, let's see, I think Phil Winter, friend of the show, I think Obama got like 100,000 as graduation present from his grandma, though. It's cool if you can get it, but that's kind of privilege and not really middle class. That middle class. Actually, you know who talked about that, and I have to have him back on, is Trevor, Champagne Sharks, Trevor. And let me see, because we were looking for the info about that and then couldn't find it. Oh shit, Hunter Biden is facing a federal investigation into his tax affairs. Sorry. I promise I wouldn't smile. I promise I won't cry.
Well, I'm not saying he was coming from like a really, the lower class or middle class background. I'm just saying he's kind of the first really like product of a meritocracy that kind of has that story where he pulled himself up in that way.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, he definitely is the first one to do it on a racial level. I'm trying to think of the other ones, and Kennedy clearly didn't pull himself up. But what other presidents?
Bill Clinton.
Oh yeah, Bill totally ran on that shit. Oh my god, yeah, he grew up poor. Yeah, he grew up poorer and much like less access to any like I don't know how to say this without sounding like I'm a classist, but like he didn't, he grew up without the cultural capital, let's say,
Totally.
that Obama had.
Yeah, I wonder if
access to.
that's why he like clung so much to the inner circle, you know, like because it was so new, you know, I don't know. That's some psychoanalysis.
I mean, yeah, it is. But at the end of the day, they're all just sociopaths in different ways. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Obama is like almost the scariest to me because I think he does get a lot of stuff. And I feel like Bill has some pathology, so he can't help himself, which doesn't get him off the hook. I feel like Obama's like seems fairly well adjusted. Biden's like a wreck for many reasons.
Biden had like that brain aneurysm or something. He had the surgery on. He had like brain surgery.
He did, yeah. And then his eye bled on national television.
Oh,
but can we just pause and imagine for 1 second if Bernie Sanders started bleeding out of his eye, what the media would have done about that? It would have been
bleeding heart liberal.
Yeah, right. That's funny. It would have been like front page news. I mean, there would be no one would have been talked about anything else. But you know, okay, okay, Riyadh, where's that? Someone wants Brad. Yes, we'll have him on. Where is it? Brad Bloom on the show. We'll bring him on. We'll plan it out. He can come on to talk about whatever. We'll figure it out. And thank you, Murphy. But Obama reminds me of Frank Underwood. I feel like maybe he isn't how calm they are, but okay, let's see. I wanted to do a couple of things with you guys. One is I want to talk to you about your own like political evolutions and the state of left media, and also what you're doing, how you're kind of like continuing the legacy of Michael Brooks and his illicit history series. And then I also want us to look at this video we started looking at of Bernie saying amazing things and being like shat on by Stephanie Ruhle. And then maybe, I don't know, I thought it would be cool to maybe cinematically analyze this video that a guy made about me.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of rich culture in that video, but I don't know if I should, like, he's not important enough that I feel bad giving him traffic, but I don't want to make him, like, I don't want to enter him into the annals of history. We'll have to decide about that. So let's start, let's see. I mean, we could in a way start with the clip that we were watching, because that's an interesting, that gets us into a discussion of left media, or the role of left media, why it's so important. Should we do it that way?
Yeah, we can start there.
All right. Or do you want to give short-ish intros to your backgrounds, and then we'll start there? It's up to you. You are the youth. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I can give a little intro.
Great, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I've been a video producer for a couple of years now. I was at Now This, and I'm at AJ Plus still, kind of, doing the kind of daily news.
They're great.
Or short little videos on, social media. And that's its own, doing it kind of the institutional way, that's its own kind of thing, and it has its own like roadblocks. But about like a year and a half ago, I started working with Michael, doing kind of getting started on the illicit histories, and Farce kind of began to help out with them like as we kept going. Now that's now I'm veering off of the short intro, but Farce.
No, I guess I knew. Sorry, I should have been clear. I knew that was about your background, but like in terms of your political.
Word. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't do the basics.
Yeah, I mean, growing up, I was like a big Rage Against the Machine kid, and so I kind of always had vague notions of like what's leftist stuff, but I never like actually read anything beyond like Wikipedia pages for people who, Che and Marx or whatever. Right. But, and then kind of, in college, right. And that's when I was in college when like Occupy and everything started happening. So once that happened, it was like, oh, this is like, it's finally happening. There's finally like a left that will talk about this stuff. And Occupy, we can talk about the problems that it might have had, but really before that, like, nobody talked about class. So like that was a big awakening for me, I think, too. And then kind of just, after college working like, shitty part-time jobs is like radicalizing in and of itself. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of my political evolution more or less in like 5 seconds.
And your family? Did you come from a political family? Like, was your family?
No, they're like petty bourgeois Long Islanders.
Oh, nice. Where
my dad's side's Italian, my mom's Peruvian. So like that adds layers.
Wait,
to
hold
it.
on. I gotta
Both very
figure that out.
conservative countries, as far as it goes.
Italian Peruvian, you said?
Yes.
All right, so that would be a what? A pisco.
Yeah, amaretto.
Yeah,
Something awful.
Yeah, no, sounds good. Yeah. All right,
I'll give it a try.
Yeah, and Forrest, what about you? And you don't have to open up with an ethnic food based on your ethnicity. That's not required. Yeah, or drink. Yeah.
Well, mostly a Guido. No.
Okay.
No. So I don't know. I was talking about this last night. Like I kind of had what I'll call a liberal to socialist transition. In the last, I mean, I'll say like the last 5 years, I guess. I mean, always kind of progressive liberal, never really like, never liberal in that sense. But
shit lib.
But most of my life I've lived in New Paltz, which is like one of the only towns and the only areas that ever had like a Green Party mayor. We had this mayor, Jason West, when I was growing up, that was friends with my parents, and he went to college here, and he got the students, because it's like a college town, and because I still live here, and most of the population are the college. So if you can get the college to come out and vote for you, you pretty much win whatever election. So this was like 2003. Yeah. So this is like 2003, 2004. He ran and he got everybody in college because he had just graduated, or he was graduated. I don't know. He was like a painter, but he had graduated, I think, pretty recently. And he got everybody in the college to come out and like support his whatever. So they got a Green Party town council person. They got Green Party mayor. And the first thing he did is
you're rubbing on your I get to play audio video. You're rubbing on your headphones or something.
Oh.
Or your mic, you know what I mean?
It might be hitting your zipper or something.
Your zipper, yeah.
All right. So he basically, the first thing he did is he had met all these gay couples and he weirdly enough, this actually ties into Shahid Buttar because he was his lawyer. That was like one of the first things Shahid Buttar did. But Shahid Buttar met him at like this anarchist conference or something.
Of course.
Like they were puppet and like I don't know. He was telling the story on Ben Burgess's show recently because Ben asked him about it when I said something about it. But so here I'm gonna take the headphones off. But
okay, sorry, I didn't mean to. I have to be aggressive because Forrest knows from trying to edit my John. John Nichols bad audio. It's annoying, yeah.
So he had met all these like gay couples who had lived through the AIDS crisis, and a lot of them were like starting to die or like have health complications from that period, and they hadn't had good medical care and all this stuff. So he decided to marry them in defiance of the Bush administration, and while the Bush administration was talking about maybe passing a constitutional amendment to
That would make Dick Cheney's daughter's marriage impossible. Yeah. Which would have been the best part of constitutional amendment on same-sex marriage. That would have been the one plus, yeah.
So he married these gay couples in the park and got arrested for it, and then couldn't find a lawyer, and Shahid Buttar ended up becoming his lawyer, which is really cool.
That's really cool.
But so my parents kind of knew him and knew them, but they were like pretty standard liberals. Like we still kind of get into arguments once in a while about stuff, and they were really like my dad still has like an Obama, Biden, like a bunch of campaign merchandise from their inauguration and stuff. But so like that's kind of it. And then Bernie obviously ran in 2016, and it resonated with me really well because like Medicare for all, obviously my whole adult life I've been on Medicaid like as insurance, like you know what I mean, like I'm not like wealthy by any means, and like so like thinking about how everyone could just get medical care and how much medical debt people have, like that really resonated with me, and the idea of not having student debt and kind of having like a much more fair society. But I was still kind of like a liberal, like I was still ready to like vote for Hillary Clinton if I had to, like
yeah, okay, in the general, that's fine.
And then seeing how Bernie got treated, and then kind of discovering Jacobin, and then it just kind of was a slide down, like a slide left from there.
Yeah, that's good. Well, do you guys want to watch this video that I started watching?
Sure.
With Stephanie Rule. I'm sorry, I won't stop it. You can also watch some of this guy's Twitter videos. I don't know. Hold on, let's do the Rule though. She's so amazing. I love her so much. So guys, this again is from this week because Bernie Sanders is doing this thing. And And thank you everyone for joining if you're just joining us. And thank you for people who are coming from the Jimmy Dore show. Thank you, Jimmy Dore. But here is, hold on, I wanted to make sure that we watch this really important video, because if this doesn't like demonstrate the problem with mainstream media, alleged mainstream media, I don't really like that term because it's often a conservative term. Right. But you guys know. Corporate media, thank you, yes, corporate media. Also, Western is used a lot, but I don't know. Yeah, corporate is, yeah. Because there's corporate all over, too.
Right.
Okay, let's see. No, oh, yeah, this is it. And then we'll really talk about what you guys are doing. I have to process
Senator
this.
Bernie Sanders from the state of Vermont is leading a group.
Oh, shit, sorry. It's always that.
Of progressive Democratic senators demanding $1,200 stimulus checks be included in the next relief bill. Senator, we've heard your impassioned
Just watch
argument.
her body, her facial
Help us
expressions.
understand, how many other senators have you convinced to support these stimulus checks? Any Republicans on board?
Yes, I think there is one, but Senator
Look at her face.
Holly
Who?
Indicates that his support
of
a $1,200 per person direct payment and $600 or $500 for children.
I'm just going to copy your face.
I think the Democratic caucus is ready to go forward on that. Yesterday, I sent out a letter with 5 other senators, and I think we can have virtually all of the United States Democratic senators on board. The question now is whether or not Mitch McConnell is going to turn his back, as your report just indicated, on the incredible suffering that the American people, the working people, are now experiencing. Unemployment high. We have a record level of
what is she like? Blinks like crazy whenever he mentions people suffering.
Evictions. This is an emergency. Congress has got to respond aggressively to help working families. You know, Stephanie, I always get a kick. Here in Washington, when we go to war, there's endless amounts of money. Tax breaks for billionaires, endless amounts of money. Corporate welfare, endless amounts of money. When children are going hungry in America today, suddenly we don't have enough money. That's crap.
Look at her feigned compassion.
Is she fidgeting with her glasses?
Stay here throughout Christmas, which is the last thing in the world that I would want to do.
Yeah,
we're going to stay here because we are going to make sure that struggling working families in this country get the help they desperately need.
Senator, I'm not agreeing with you fundamentally, but I want to.
Okay, just pause. I already started talking about this with Nando, but we got to return to this. I'm not agreeing with you fundamentally. She didn't mean to say that. She meant to say either I'm agreeing with you fundamentally, or I'm not disagreeing with you fundamentally, right? But she like fucked up her talking points. Ooh, I encountered some of that. Okay, moving on though. Not gonna talk about that. Yeah. Okay.
To talk to you practically.
I mean, I didn't fuck up my talking points. Other people fucked up theirs, and I was on the receiving end of that.
You've been the lead sponsor of 422 bills during your 30 years in Congress.
Oh.
But only.
Can you imagine the MSNBC producers like? So Bernie Sanders going to come in for today to talk about how he's trying to make sure that people are given $1,200 a month. So make sure that what I want you to do is this.
They had this ready. They had this graphic ready.
They had this graphic, right? They're like, you got to use our graphic.
Wow.
And make sure that you ask him which Republican he's working with. And when he only names one, first of all, make sure you ask him pushback every time you can. So ask him who, then kind of smirk, and then shoot. What you guys know this. What do you cut to that graphic? Cut to that sweet graphic.
Man.
7 of them have become law. Given that record and how dire things are, as you just laid out, do you need to find another lane or take a different approach here?
Is that really your lane, Bernie? Is legislating really your lane? Stay in your lane. Being what? Like, especially because it's so dire. Like, it's definitely when it's dire that you shouldn't be demanding that people have money to live.
Man. I mean, honestly, a clip like this, it's like maybe Fox News is more worth his time.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm going to,
yeah. Higher ratings, right?
Yeah. Yeah. People were so mad at Ro Khanna. I'm like, go on Fox.
Right.
Just go on Fox. Forget MSNBC.
Right.
Why? So you can talk to Bill Kristol? People have way more blood on their hands on MSNBC. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. And I say that fully aware of how racist and xenophobic Tucker Carlson is. Like, he just doesn't have the body count that people on MSNBC have.
Well, it's not enough. I mean, at the end of the 2020 election, right? It's not enough to just defeat Bernie. They're trying to get rid of him altogether. Like,
yeah,
I think that was pretty. It's pretty clear every time he goes on MSNBC that that's the goal. Like, it's not just to have Biden win or whoever the moderate candidate was win.
Yeah,
crush the progressive movement altogether.
Right. I mean, he makes her skin crawl. Remember?
Right.
Mimi.
I forgot if this was her or not.
No, that was not. Sorry, to be fair, they're barely distinguishable, but that was Mimi Roca.
I think that's the issue, Stephanie. I mean, you can ask me how many other senators have passed significant legislation in recent years.
Yeah. Why do you ask her that, Steph?
Right.
Seriously, if you're going to come out with your graphics, you should have. I want that on Joe Biden. If anyone can find it on Joe Biden.
Well, he has passed stuff. They're all just really heinous things.
I know, right. How many black and brown people have you incarcerated?
Yeah. Honestly, Harris is a better one for that because she really has done nothing.
Yeah. But I mean, to be fair, we'd have to divide by the years they were in power.
Right.
But as Nando said, this video is so triggering. This is my second round watching it. But as Nando pointed out, like one of her bills was flag burning, which failed. And then there was something about Tim Russert.
That was Hillary.
Yeah. Did I not say Hillary?
Or I was saying Harris.
Right. But then I thought I tried. I just didn't. Yeah.
In passing.
Oh, I get it. Vix, well, women are the same. I'm totally kidding. You don't know me that well, so you may think I'm being. You probably know I'm being sarcastic.
Right now is the United States Congress going to stand up for working people or not? And I am doing my best to rally not only.
She's like trying so hard to care about that answer.
Republicans as
to pretend
well. Now,
to.
as you may know, the proposal that came out of the White House just yesterday talks not about $1,200 per person, but $600. That's unacceptable. And by the way, they want to do away with all extended unemployment benefits. And that is also unacceptable. As your very excellent report indicated, all over the world, countries are responding to the pain.
I like that Bernie threw in that compliment.
Yeah, I know, right?
Do the same.
This economic disaster is directly linked to the health crisis. Millions.
Okay, wait. Does she not know who she's talking to? She's like, Senator Sanders, I want to talk to you about something very serious in this country. It's called the healthcare crisis. Right. I don't know if you know about this, but it wouldn't be funny if she started talking his accent. This is the richest nation in the world. We should be able to afford healthcare for all. It is a right. Anyway.
To work sick every single day because they don't have paid leave, because they're hourly workers. Should the government consider either forcing businesses or the government itself step in and offer paid leave? Because it's only worsening the spread that sick people are going to work every day.
Look at him laughing. I would be laughing too. She's like, okay, one, I totally disagree with you fundamentally. I'm going to spitball some alternative plans I have. Okay. Maybe you could consider that. I mean, she's like
as if Bernie doesn't already pass
I know, or work around that stuff or understand. I really want to make a video where you just see her lips moving and you hear his voice and she's like, listen, Senator Sanders.
Put food on the table for my kids or go to work sick and risk spreading this thing.
Where is that coming from? That's not his fucking legislation. Why are you asking about this?
Previous report.
Your own report. You should probably watch your own.
Excellent
report. We are unique among industrialized countries. Let's be clear. We are the only major country on earth that have paid family and medical leave. So if you're sick today, maybe you have symptoms of the coronavirus, and your choice is not getting a paycheck or going to work. You know what? You got to feed your kids. You're going to go to work. And by the way, it's not only paid family and medical leave. We are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. And if there's anything that I hope
is she like taking that in for the first time?
Is showing the American.
I need to get Joyanne Reed's
body language.
Other countries around the world and taking care of our children, taking care of the unemployed, taking care of the elderly, taking care of the sick. We're the richest country in the history of the world.
I mean, you can't look. He sticks that talking point, but in this case, you really can't blame him. Like she was at. I mean, where else was he going to go? That's his thing. But like he wasn't even being extra Bernie. That was the question.
That is why, in my view, we've got to move to Medicare for all, single payer, to guarantee health
now
care.
I think maybe she's like a plant, like a pro-Bernie plant, just setting him up to go back to the Medicare for all thing.
Or is she just trolling at this point? And like,
I think she's getting texts on her phone from people who are like, I honestly think like MSNBC people are asking their wonk friends like what angle to go, because watch this.
92 million people today are uninsured or underinsured. That is beyond belief. That is why, in my view, we've got to move to Medicare for all, single payer, to guarantee health care to all people.
American people can't afford to get healthy with.
Okay, first of all, I love this. Poppy Harlow does this. It's when they literally don't know what they're saying, like to such an extent that they don't know the cadence, or someone who does music stuff that the scanning of it. Okay, listen, ready? It's like she's reading a foreign language.
Single payer to guarantee health care to all people.
American people can't afford to get healthy with Speaker Pelosi and Minority Leader Schumer rejecting
you see that?
The latest package.
Yeah.
Where do they go from here?
Man, that's just
what
like
is your
shitty
advice to
acting.
them for the next move? We don't want these talks to stall out.
You cannot afford.
Is to stand tall. Do what the American people want. And with the American people understand that in a democratic, civilized society, we cannot continue to have more desperation out there today than any time since the Great Depression. What the Republicans are proposing is grossly unsatisfactory. You remember, it wasn't so many months ago, the Democrats were saying we need $2 trillion. You recall that? They reached an agreement with Mnuchin, $1.8 trillion. Do you know how much new money is in this package? Do you happen to know? It's $350 billion because they're shifting $350 billion because they're shifting $500 billion or $600 billion from the unused money in the CARES program. That's nothing.
But Senator,
so we gotta,
people in those Republican.
I'm sorry.
Please.
All right, we just got to stand tall. That is unacceptable. And we cannot leave here unless we get $1,200 for every worker, and we got extended unemployment, we got adequate aid for states and cities. This country is facing a crisis. We have got to respond accordingly.
People aren't just suffering in Democratic-led states. People are suffering in red states and blue states.
Why are you telling him that? Like, he doesn't know.
Right.
And like the plan isn't like, let's save people in blue states.
Yeah.
Like, the way
You know, this is the thing. She's getting her, this is called, what is it, talking point scramble or something. Like, she's trying to go, like whisking them as she goes along. But like, this is, I think, her trying to say, okay, you only have one Republican with you, so it's not going to pass. It's like all the Sanders talking points. It's I love the idea fundamentally, except she finds it so toxic she can't even say her lines. I don't disagree with you fundamentally. You can't ever get anything passed, and it's too extreme for Republicans. But guess what? People in red states also don't want to drop dead or starve to death. So this is not some radical extremist proposal.
It's in all of the United States of America, and we need to do something to help them. Senator, thank you so much for joining me today. Always good to see you.
Does she know what he's doing? Like, she makes it sound.
Stay healthy.
What did you say?
I don't like the way she said stay healthy.
I know.
I don't think she was trying to give him COVID or something and was like, stay healthy now.
Yeah, don't open the package. I don't open any suspicious packages. Yeah, I'm trying to look for this clip of her. I know I've seen and played it, but because I think this is hold on one second. Yeah, also, this is that's a distracting, this isn't superficial or sexist or anything. It's just distracting color blocks. Like, you have all these colors and then you have, you know what I mean? You guys know more about that.
Her shirt, for one.
Yeah, her dress, yeah. One second, Stephanie. I just don't.
Some of the reason that everything I feel like on, like, the stuff behind her almost is so distracting. I mean, Matt wrote about this in Hate Inc., which is like how they stole and like sports graphics and like every possible kind of like in your face style like graphic package just to like kind of distract you away from the fact that most of the news they cover is either outrage fueled or like really boring.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I'll remind him about that tomorrow. We're taping late this week. Unuseful idiots, by the way. Sorry if people. Okay, hold on. This is the other thing that I want to show you guys. This is her other famous moment, which, okay, let's see.
I have a hard time keeping track of MSNBC hosts. Is
that playing the audio or no?
Oh, I don't hear anything.
All right, hold on one second. I cannot deprive you guys of this. and then we'll just get into.
Michael, Joe Biden said yesterday that his campaign is Scranton versus Park Avenue. Why is divide and conquer approach? That's Trump's thing. What about a message for all Americans? I don't live on Park Avenue, but I live pretty close to it. And you know how I got there? Working my butt off. He doesn't want my vote? Michael, Joe Biden said yesterday.
Okay, so this is the type of person you're dealing with here.
Right.
Very triggered by a fight that
by Joe Biden actually saying something cool.
Yeah, right. Very triggered by Joe Biden pandering. Like, how insecure? Like, don't you get? Look, the guy said nothing would fundamentally change. Like, lady, how do you not get the memo? Like, I understand that you're used to people like not even pretending that they're going to do anything to you, I guess, in terms of whatever. But anyway, she's super rich. Her husband's super rich. They have a sprawling apartment. We looked at in another show that's on, I believe, 3rd Avenue. So it's kind of close to Park Avenue. But yeah, I mean, I can't believe she says this stuff out loud. So I guess for her, this whole thing with Bernie was kind of tame. But yeah.
Well, that kind of goes back to the same kind of like, they're trying to get Bernie out completely, or like billionaires seem to, I mean, not that she's necessarily a billionaire, but like billionaires, like millionaires, like, the rich, they don't want you mentioning anything about their taxes getting raised. They don't want you mentioning any kind of thing against them. They feel like it's almost like a slur. Like they feel like you're using a racial slur against them if you even mention the word billionaire. So even that like kind of veiled class, I guess, not really, but geographic class kind of comment.
Right.
Them,
yeah. Well,
like,
yeah. It's obvious. Yeah. It represents, I mean, I wish Joe Biden actually represented Scranton. It's really Park Avenue versus Park Avenue. Or versus whatever.
Delaware, really.
Delaware, yeah. What's the fancy area? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Whatever. Credit card lane or whatever.
Every time you mentioned Scranton, I thought of The Office, though. And
oh, right. Oh, that's funny.
I'm surprised you never did some lame ad involving.
Yeah, seriously. I know the cast. They probably do it. So, but tell us more. Well, thank you for looking at that with us. Tell us more about the illicit history project that you guys are doing.
Yeah. So I've been talking with Leisha, Michael's sister, and sort of as part of her, transitioning into like some kind of foundation project. I'm not 100% sure what she's, it's currently, I think, just a memorial project, but as part of that
foundation, she's creating like the Michael Brooks Legacy Foundation.
Yes.
And he wants to keep doing work that he like kind of continuing his legacy, which part of that would be the illicit histories.
Right. Yeah. So that's in the new year. We're gonna actually, Forrest, I should have a conversation with you about it. We're gonna get started with them in the new year, and kind of tying. I mean, incorporating. I think now like we didn't used to do this, but now like I think going forward we'll like incorporate clips of Michael kind of talking about different topics, and then like as part of the longer history, and just things that he thought were really important. I think because I mean one thing that Michael did that was so great was he would just kind of pick random little just hit stories within history that were like super useful for like thinking about just bigger picture things or things going on today. And he was like, so I think pulling from history is like such an important part of his legacy, to keep going. So.
Yeah, my favorite video we ever did for TMBS was the Thomas Sankara illicit history with Milton Almighty.
Yeah.
And
any of the one, he's a great narrator. I love to cut and stuff with his
should we play some
awesome
of that?
Accent. And actually, do you have a link handy, Forrest? You posted it recently.
I have. Yeah, let's see. Is there
I sent you the
I know the playlist.
Yeah, it should be one of the first ones on the playlist.
Okay. Guys, everyone like and subscribe if you haven't already. Hold on. Where in Long Island are you from, by the way, Vic?
My folks are in Nassau in Garden City. I grew up more like in Queens, and then also like the part of Nassau that borders Queens, and then like as we got older we moved further in, and that's kind of coincides with my political awakening in a certain respect. Right. I think making that transition I think reveals a lot of different social stratifications. So.
Right. My dad's from Flushing.
Oh, word. Okay.
All right, here we go. Thomas Sankara Revolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thomas Sankara's Revolution. Correct. Okay.
Produit suffisamment de quoi nous nourrir. Nous pouvons dépasser même notre production, malheureusement. Par manque d'organisation, nous sommes encore obligés de tendre la main pour demander des aides alimentaires. Ces aides alimentaires qui nous bloquent, qui nous inspirent, qui installent dans nos esprits cette habitude, ces réflexes de mendiants, d'assister. Nous devons mettre de côté ces aides par notre grande production. Il faut réussir à produire plus. Produire plus. Produire plus parce que il est normal que celui qui vous donne à manger vous dicte également.
Sankara actually grew up in what many would say was a relatively privileged family, in that his father was a functionary in the colonial regime. His family actually wanted him to go to a seminary, wanted him to become a priest, but he decided to go to sign up into the military because that was one of the few national-oriented organizations. And when he was in the military, that's when he actually met with a professor who was a civilian teaching in the school, and started giving him more like a personal tutorial into history, into the history of imperialism, into the Chinese Revolution, into the colonial history and neo-colonialism. So that really elevated his consciousness. And then he had another opportunity to be trained in Madagascar. And over there, he actually also learned about agrarian reform and land reform in agriculture and how to produce crops efficiently.
This is in Burkina Faso, by the way. I don't know if they said that.
Blaise Compaoré was a very good organizer. And in fact, it was Blaise Compaoré who helped organize and hatch the coup. But he realized that Sankara was tremendously charismatic and just knew a lot more than he did when it came to politics. And that's why Sankara became president and Blaise Compaoré became his number two.
First of all, he changed the name, Upper Volta, to Burkina Faso, meant land of the righteous people, or the upright people, or the incorruptible people.
West Africa, it's very semi-arid because of desertification, rapid desertification, and it was totally dependent on food from France and other countries. And that was one of the things that actually really motivated him.
Anyway, that gives you a sense. Oh, it's good, but where's it? But where's imperialism? Let me finish that sentence. Let's find out the answer.
Regardez dans vos assiettes quand vous mangez les grains de riz, de maïs, de mil importés. C'est ça l'impérialisme. N'allez pas plus loin.
And his number one priority, I think, was food independence, food self-sufficiency. If you can't grow your own food, you are totally not only in a neo-colonial relationship, but you are in fact in a colonial relationship.
Yeah. Oh, then you got a neoliberalism one about Bill Clinton. That's a good one. But so yeah. What do you guys? I don't know. What's the project? Like, you talk about history and how important that was, but is there anything like that you learned from doing these documentaries about what you want to do, or the power of video?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, one thing that I talked to Michael too about with these a lot is, you know, it's almost, in knowing this history is important in the sense of like teaching strategy, you know, to people, and kind of like people have had these problems before, like here's how they were dealt with, you know, like, I don't know, it's so much leftist media, I think, winds up being, because we would always kind of talk about which ones do we want to do, and so much winds up being about, oh, this really good person who got, you know, cooed, and here's how messed up, you know, the CIA was or whatever in this case. And it's like, you know, that's important to cover. But like the side of it too that we always wanted to make sure we did was like, how did they, you know, shake things up? How do they change things, push, you know, leftist things, you know, and kind of that side of it, you know, because I think that gets so lost in like a lot of just left discourse and media in general, right? Like we don't have, like, that's the power of media and video, right? It gives you like a model and a way to like think about and look at, you know, what is possible, you know, and so I think just showing that side of it was always kind of key. Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting though, because there is the danger of like overly like deterministic framing, because you could look to something that worked and apply it and it won't work. I'm not pushing back on that. Like, it's just the other side of that is, you know, you could have something that ended up in an assassination or a coup, but maybe could work in this one, you know, and it's like also questions like whether, is there anything such as political science? Is there, how many lessons can we take from the past? And I actually remember Stephen Jay Gould, you know, the evolutionary biologist. He spoke before he died at Wesleyan when I was there. And he said something, he's like, none of this stuff, it's like, he said like in history and in evolution, like things can go either way. There's no like directionality to it. And, you know, the Civil War could have gone either way. And so could this, whatever, I don't know, Finn, Gil, whatever.
Totally.
Well, I feel like a lot of history kind of boils down to climate, like in the sense of, you know, things build up a certain way and then things work in that moment because they built up a certain way. But at the same time, you know, a lot of the people, a lot of the leftist leaders, I guess, like Thomas Sankara, in you know, like throughout the 20th century, really, you know, they wanted to build something together. And they might have all kind of had different strategies, but they were trying to build an eventual, you know, either like a third worldist movement or an international movement or an international community. Like even in the United States with Malcolm X towards the end of Pan-Africanism, like it was an international idea that, you know, maybe one country in this moment can't do anything alone, but all of these countries can together. And a big moment in the Thomas Sankara story and in the documentary is that, you know, he stood up and there was a meeting of all these African leaders, and he stood up in the middle of the meeting.
Spoiler alert.
He said, I can't do this alone. Like if I'm the one that stands up against French imperialism, you know, or imperialism in general, like I won't make it to next year. And he didn't make it till the next year. But, you know, everybody applauded for him in the moment, and they all kind of pushed back or pulled back because, you know, they all had relationships either with France or with the United States or, you know, other European countries.
Yeah, I mean, that's where like the whole, you know, historical materialism, right, hits the, I think it's wrong to kind of view it as either one or the other, right? Because the kind of great man, you know, people call it the great man theory, but at the end of the day, like people in history are in positions where they get to make choices, and like the choices they make really do matter, and those choices are dictated by historical conditions and material conditions, but like it's both, you know,
Well, talking about
it's also contingencies, right? That is the other thing that no one really. That's not like a fun theory to embrace, but it's true. I mean, and so that also makes it hard. And you know, there are lessons to be learned, and then you just have to constantly adjust for them. I don't even know. I mean, I feel like I sound like such a cynic, but I'm like, yeah, of course there are lessons to be learned from history, but people are also selective with them. I mean, I do think like I am always stunned by the the economic anxiety argument being like controversial. Like we just like, I didn't think it was a debate. There is a historiographical debate, but it's very limited. I didn't think there was a debate that like economic uncertainty made Germans more susceptible to someone like Hitler.
Right.
Like that's not a thing that I didn't know we had to debate that.
Right.
That anyway, so there are some things like that I think are pretty like constant and logical. But
I mean, I think like the histories that, like you mentioned too, like people just don't know about other sides of the story. Like the history, you know, that's why media is like so important, you know, in terms of elevating like different aspects of history, right? Because so many things have happened, right? You can only do so much of it, and like the stuff that gets regurgitated is very telling, you know, and the stuff that doesn't, you know, is, you know. Like I was just looking around the other day to see like, oh, have there ever been like any good FDR movies?
Right.
And like basically none. The ones that are
why
there
is
are like
that?
World War II, not New Deal.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, we need like an Ocean's 11, but New Deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. But even like
New Deal is a perfect example of, you know, the question of like how can things work in history. Like we're doing that populism documentary right now, like the populist movement. You know, all of the things that they wanted to do, or a lot of the things they wanted to do, were completed by FDR. You know, like maybe in that moment, things that, you know, specific policies or specific ideas can't be completed in that moment. But it's also the idea that you can come back to them and history can teach you what not to do. Yes.
Or like people, one of the many talking points that we got when we dared to talk about Medicare for all is if Biden got behind Medicare for all, it would have zero chances of passing. It's like, yeah, none of the things that got passed had any chance of passing at first. Like say goodbye to civil rights, like LGBTQ rights, all the stuff that you guys pretend to like. Yeah. I mean, it's like, okay, there are a couple things. One is, yes, and you shift the Overton window, right? You make the case for something, but also you fail at first, and then you do it again. And the other thing is, it's like you draw lines. You're like articulating certain, like you make certain positions toxic or not toxic, right? And you are isolating the people in the Democratic Party who won't vote for Medicare for all. Right. And then after that, you get to isolate the Republicans as not supporting that, and you get to say, of course, you can't say this now because it's a bunch of like corporate sellouts. But sorry, I'm so angry tonight. But once they do get their shit together, if they ever were to, then they'd be like, we're the party that wants you to not die because you can't afford your medication. And they're the party that wants you to die. So there's use in that also. But
look at like LBJ and the civil rights legislation. Yeah. Not that he was, you know, passed a lot of things that they were looking like people like Martin Luther King were looking to pass, but you know, he passed like, you know, the basics of the civil rights, like legislation that he passed. A lot of people didn't want like a Voting Rights Act or, you know, the Civil Rights Act, or they didn't want Great Society programs to pass. He kind of, I mean, the great man theory, I guess, comes into play with this because he knew how to browbeat people into doing what he wanted to.
Yeah, but there was the movement behind him, or else he wouldn't have browbeaten them in the first place. Yeah.
And it has to be a climate where something can work because, you know, a much weaker, not as I guess lifelong legislator president as LBJ probably couldn't have gotten things passed. But at the same time, without a civil rights movement, why would he have felt like he needed to pass it? You know what I mean?
Right. Like he even knew that there was going to be a negative backlash.
That famous
said,
not
we've
very
lost the South.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. There is another part to that, but yes, we've lost the South. Yes. No. Yeah. With this. Yeah.
And the same with kind of, you know, Lincoln and Emancipation. Matt Karp's done like a really good job talking
gotta
about
get him back on.
With, you know, the mass organization that came with the abolition movement before Lincoln did anything. And then Lincoln was able to say, you know what, in the middle of like this, well, I mean, the Civil War started and then he was able to free all the slaves, but that wouldn't have happened without mass activism.
Right.
Yeah. Well, at first it didn't apply. It applied to slaves who were already in. Well, yeah. Well, we can do another show on the emancipation.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of loopholes. There's still the kind of, the whole prison thing that, I mean, prison labor is kind of.
Oh yeah.
Analogous to slavery in a lot of ways.
Totally.
Yeah, I love when Mayor Pete was like against giving prisoners the right to vote. He thought that like once you're out of prison, you should have the right to vote. But he thought that it was racist to not have people have the right to vote when they're out of prison. It's like, you realize it's still racist when they're in prison. Like he was like, I think some people across the aisle think there's some racial layers to it. I think there's some racial layers to it for some people across the aisle, meaning like they're racist. That's why they don't want felons to vote. But like the literal same people, they are in jail and then they're out of jail. It's the same group of people.
Right.
If it's racist at one point, it's racist at the other point. It's not
I get really frustrated with people that I know that I think are empathetic people that, you know, have a lot of like they believe that people deserve, you know, rights like food, housing, like they believe in a lot of the things that, you know, that we would want to talk about. But then they, as soon as someone's in prison, they're like, oh, when they get out of prison, or like, you know what I mean? They're not really looking to fight for people in prison.
I mean, so much of that comes from like pop culture, and like cop shows. I mean, even like
propaganda.
Yeah. Even like I was watching like an old Simpsons episode and like an old Frasier episode, and like it's just so much stuff in the 90s when crime was really bad. Like there's just casual jokes about like people in prison and cops and like criminals, and it's just like super casual, and it's so foreign now. And it's like, I mean, that's the role of like video and media and all that. It's you got to counteract that kind of education, right?
Yeah. Like prison rape jokes are just thrown into media, and it's okay. Like even like there was a compilation I saw. It even SpongeBob had like 2.
Jesus.
And he was like, "Don't drop them." Like it's seen as once someone's in prison, and there is a racial element to it, but just in general, people like some people see them almost as animals. Like they're not
totally
anymore when they're behind those walls. They don't have to think about them. They don't. I mean, and then there's the progressive liberal argument, which is like, oh, like what if they're innocent? But even if they're not innocent, they still get pain treatment, and it's not it's not like it's in vogue or in fashion to argue that. Like people are like, well, people are with us and all these other things, like maybe let's not waste time on that. That's why I felt like Bernie, I mean, it probably wouldn't have done him well at all against Trump, but I felt like moralistically saying, prisoners have because everybody jumped on him.
The right to vote. Who jumped on him for that was Karen, what is her name? She worked for the Clintons, and she said that he was pandering to black voters with that, but also said it was like helping. She said she didn't even say pandering. She said something like flattering, that because she didn't even realize. She said catering. It's like, well, that's good if he's catering to black voters. I know that you guys, like Clintonites, you only pander, but like you should be catering. And then she was like, but that would mean that like black people don't want the KKK racists who killed James Byrd to have the right to vote. It's like that's a very good point. You're right.
The other thing was like the fear mongering that came with that like with his pronouncement of that, like, oh, you want mass murderers to vote, and someone made the point like, yeah, like what the fuck do you think they're gonna do? Vote themselves out of jail? Like that's not. Yeah, they should vote. Like voting is a universal right.
Yeah. Also, why should you not have the right? I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Also, I'm drinking Red Bull at 1 a.m. It's 11:53 here. It's not 1 a.m.
What did you say?
Someone in the chat said I was drinking Red Bull at 1 a.m.
Oh yeah, but it is a little late for Red Bull. I should have a glass of wine.
I have to stay up and do a bunch of editing tonight.
Oh no, all right, that's why.
Jacobin really debuted a new show tonight.
Oh yeah, what time is that show? Because if it overlaps with mine, they're canceled. What time is the show?
No, it was at 6. So I have to. So as soon as I get done with this, I have to go edit those clips.
Wait, right. Katie, are you East Coast or West Coast?
You can't hear it.
Oh, okay.
See it, and
people move.
It's true. East Coast, Upper West Side, but now upstate. Yeah.
Okay, where upstate?
I'm not supposed to tell people.
Okay. Wait, Forrest, do you consider New Paltz upstate, or is that heresy?
Why wouldn't it be?
It's just a big debate here. Like a lot of
some people think Hudson Valley doesn't anything above.
This is what you guys need to make your next short film about.
Yeah. A lot of people here have made the declaration that Poughkeepsie, which is like I think it's like this way to us. Like kind of on like they think Poughkeepsie maybe is where upstate starts.
Okay, that's where the Metro North ends. So I would potentially consider that a good border.
To everyone in the city, the second you leave the city, you're upstate. Like that's kind of I don't know. Like, but then I spent a year up in Lake Placid, and like that's upstate.
No.
I was gonna say something and I forgot what it was. What was it? Sorry. What were we just talking about? Poughkeepsie, upstate. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. Yeah, it's true. Bernie also campaigned. Sorry, this program here. Bernie also campaigned on reservation. Was he pandering to indigenous people? Maybe Bernie just cares about people. Yeah, if only other politicians had pandered to them. But the other thing is like with history, I mean, it is amazing that people aren't understanding that if, as many people on this show has said, like if you don't give people the things that they need in times like these, you will have fascism. Like you will have the right-wing shit that they said about Trump, that he wasn't performatively in some ways. And yeah, he did. I mean, I don't want to deny that he emboldened like violence, enabled violence or emboldened violent people. But it wasn't the thing that they were saying. And it could actually get to that thing.
Well, when you take the material elements out of politics, it becomes a culture war.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
That's true. There's that.
So, you know, I mean, there are plenty of
that's a pretty
working people who would understand that things like, you know, Medicare for all, or like something like that could help them. Like healthcare could help them. Like, you know, better wages could help them. Unions could help them. And they understand all these things. But if you take those things away, and the only thing is it's two personalities, and you know, they're like working people. Plenty of them are conservative in their social views, and plenty of them are susceptible to people being reactionary. And if there's no class politics and there's no material politics, then you're just kind of like they're susceptible to that because you know
you're not countering with anything.
Yeah,
if they're not already there, if they don't already agree with you on the social issues, then why are they going to come to you? So, and it's not, that doesn't mean you throw anyone under the bus, because on two levels. One is like the way you can get people often is through that. Like you make the economic arguments and then they're able to see through the other stuff. But at the very worst, do you want these people voting for like the Trump or the non-Trump? I mean, it's just like so basic, but that would mean that you'd actually have to have like a platform that, you know, appeals to people's economic material interests. But
I also noticed that a lot of people that I kind of at least vaguely know that were Trump supporters, it wasn't for any specific policy. It was really, they weren't necessarily QAnon people, but like a lot of people I know on Facebook believed that Trump was saving like thousands of children more than he was from like sex trafficking, believed that Joe Biden was a pedophile. And, you know, and I mean, there's definitely creepy videos with Joe Biden, so I can understand how.
Yeah, but the Pizzagate thing, he's probably not. Jimmy Dore says, what is it? John Podesta, the nicest thing you can say about him is that he was not part of an international child pedophilia ring. Yeah. By the way, this is a plug. I don't have any glasses. I'm having a glass of wine. This is my useful idiots mug, but yeah, anyone have any questions in the chat for these guys? I'm not going to vote defensively again. I'm not going to do that. I have more questions for you guys, but if anyone has any questions for any of us.
I went the other way this time, I think, for the first time, and I voted Green Party because I couldn't stomach voting for Biden or Trump. But I'm in New York, and
exactly. Yeah.
If I was in a swing state, I would have voted for Biden probably.
Yeah.
So, but I mean,
should we watch that ridiculous? This is so stupid. Should we watch that ridiculous video of me? That guy did.
I'm curious. You piqued my interest.
I know. I can't believe I feel so bad. I'm like, why am I even doing this? This is all because of a fight that people got in with, because Bree made this like very moving video, and people just are losing their shit because people are only used to people weaponizing tragedy to argue to kill more people, as opposed to grounding their argument for saving lives in the tragedy that they've also experienced. I think I'm defining that well. You guys in the chat can tell me if that works. I don't know what this means. I'm pushing the algorithm for independent.news. I don't know what that means. Yeah, so K-Hive, major issue there. Okay, yeah, K-Hive, they're interesting. Is that for them or for me? Would you consider making your videos available to schools and students? Sure, I can do. I'll be like, welcome. I believe you guys are the future. Teach you well. And I'll let you lead the way. Yeah. No, you answer that.
That is something that Alicia's interested in doing for the illicit histories for sure.
Great. I need like facts, data. Give that to me and I'll turn it into a video. I'll just talk. That sounds really boring, but it's actually, you know, I can't.
You start our own PragerU, but like, you know, on the
well, that's what the Gravel brothers.
Yeah,
yeah, I know. I want a little Gravel thing here.
They messaged me when Michael passed, and we're really.
Because they were gonna have him do that.
Yeah.
They asked like if there was anything that they could do for TMBS, and like I mean,
you guys should do stuff. 1 second. All right, am I really gonna play this? It's just funny. I gotta play it.
Oh, someone's asking what video production tools should I use to get started. Premiere is like Adobe Premiere is like the standard video editing software. I'd look up some tutorials on that, start fiddling around with it. That's probably the easiest way to get started on this stuff.
I'm trying to do that with After Effects, but I've been really slow at learning new things.
Yeah, After Effects is really hard. Or I don't know. I've only ever worked with like templates that people have given me.
Yeah, I started doing that a bit once you kind of told me something about that, and then
right.
I made the TMBS the end thing, like the
nice.
title, like TMBS FM.
Okay, 1 second.
Also a Michael Brooks documentary that I'm not involved in, but Leisha's making about his life and his legacy. I'm not quite sure who's involved with that, but
yeah, I think she's trying to start it in sort of a podcast format, or is this something? I mean, she's been talking about a couple of different things.
Yeah, she doesn't give me specifics, but I thought there was specifically a documentary that they were already in.
She mentioned wanting to do that. I don't know how concrete it is yet or anything, but yeah, I mean, I have no idea.
Okay, let's see.
And also follow Left Reckoning. David and Matt.
Their new show,
yeah.
I'm excited. I like the kind of tone they're setting out on and the stuff they've been covering so far.
Yeah, he's been doing a really good. Briscoe's been doing a really good segment on Ben's show, where he does
the country music one,
the outlaw country stuff.
What is it?
He just they talk about country music because they're trying to Ben's trying to expand his show a little bit outside of politics, so he wants to get involved in having a little bit of fun.
Yeah, the country vote block, country music block. Well, I have a question. Do you guys? What made you choose to? How did you make the Debs film, by the way? And what made you choose to end on a Saint Bernard quote?
I mean, well, so we took that lecture stream that Sean Good had done, and he's working on a book about Debs right now. And then, we kind of, we took that, Forrest, edited it down into like a more concise 10-minute piece. We looked into all the footage out there of Debs, the photos that exist, and some like, public domain.
Yeah, I went deep into an archive rabbit hole for that one.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, I mean, ending on, because we wanted to find like a clip of somebody kind of talking about Debs, and, everybody loves Bernie. So.
Right. But that's kind of it. It's interesting because it's like they're both being like, don't hero worship. And I was thinking of this earlier when we were talking about like the movement versus the man, history from below. But like sometimes I feel like I'm often in the position in this world of being like, no, leaders do matter, which is funny because I feel like in the rest of the world, I'm more in the movements matter more than leaders. But sometimes the left is a little delusional about that.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, buddy, like we're not going to reinvent the wheel. We need movements. And it's true we need movements, and we need movements to hold people accountable and drag them left and whatever. But it's also like you need storytellers and messengers and like,
You want people to just kind of like be the intermediaries. So, you need people to do stuff, right? And some people are going to step up, and, if they're, like I'm reading the big John Lee Anderson book about Che right now. And like, Castro was very much that kind of guy. He brought a lot of very different people together, and everybody kind of liked him, and he was kind of a dick, but, and so people are complicated.
Very fast reader, photographic memory.
Yeah.
I feel like the left losing so much in America specifically has made us very leader adverse, I guess. And people like the second somebody starts to compromise at all, which is kind of a necessary part of taking power in any way, shape, or form right now, if you're trying to take power inside of an already established political, political institution, you're going to have to compromise to some degree. And the second somebody does, we kind of throw them under the bus. Like,
right. Well, and if someone is in that position and they don't want to compromise, they just get murked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing that we have to take into account, because often that's absent from the analysis. And it's like, no, it's not like it doesn't exist. Like, that tendency does exist. I mean, I think there's this stereotype among libs that like Black people are a monolith, and they're like, they're not that radical, and that's some white stuff. It's like, no, there are a lot of Black radicals, and a lot of them were killed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's also, there's a difference between, what we've been taught to think is somebody's values and what somebody's seen as, like a political device almost. You know what I mean? Like, because there's been some people that had some very conservative values, let's say, that were incredibly radical in the way that they wanted like society to work. Like even I'd say Martin Luther King to some extent. Like, I mean, he was a Baptist minister. You know what I mean? It's like, the church is kind of almost in general is like a conservative institution in some respects.
But also the birthplace of liberation theology.
He had an amazingly, radical vision of economics. And it's like, just because somebody has like values that we think are conservative in the way that we talk about them, it's not disconnected necessarily from having radical politics.
Mm.
Yeah. The idea that like being religious in general automatically makes you like conservative is also like, that's only been true since like Reagan, right? Like before that, it's really not that true necessarily.
Well, in the 1800s, a lot of times the most radical people,
a lot of times.
Well, no, like in the 1800s, like a lot of the most radical people were involved in the church.
Yeah, John Brown. He was like some kind of preacher, right?
And totally like the abolition movement was pushed a lot of times by
a lot of Quakers up in there.
Yeah.
And it was like, like liberals in the sense almost that we look at it, were seen as like kooks, and a lot of them were like pastors or preachers or people that believed in like a humanistic vision of society.
By the way, sorry, not to get what's the amazing atheists?
Oh,
are they good or bad?
He's like he's
apparently
one of the he's like a streamer from like the new atheist era.
Oh, is that like the annoying guy? What's his name?
I think so, yeah.
What did he say about Bree? Was it positive
I have no idea
or
what he said
negative?
about Bree. That's like a name I have not heard in like a long ass time.
Wow,
it's like the second thing on my
what is it about? What's it about?
Some bad tweet.
Fuck her. Not her. Him.
Let me send you the link. Hold on.
And maybe we should watch this video.
Yeah, it might be funny. It is.
Also, Stephanie. Yeah, I played that. I want to know more about Stephanie. Oh, then guys, let's make a video graphic for Stephanie Rule out of some of these accomplishments that I found of that. I can't say his name. Werner Gurnals. Hold on. Warren Gunnels. Okay. I really can't stand these people. Like, they just need to apologize. They never will apologize, though. But let's make a video, guys, with some graphics for what's her name? That terrible woman, Stephanie. What's her name? Oh, I got the link. Thank you, Brad sent me the link. Let's see. What is this about? Okay, guys, we have to actually, wait, what is this tweet? Is this about, when is this from? We're going to have to make our own our own video about this, and it has to get more than 30,000. Wait, is this not related to the Katie Halper show? We'll still come to her defense. I don't want to give this guy traffic, unless someone can summarize it and tell us what it is. I mean, I don't mean that, and like, I'm not shutting you down. Thank you, Vic. I wanted to look.
No, I don't.
I'm afraid it doesn't look like Brianna Joy Gray's terrible, no good, very bad tweet. It's a great title. Hold on. Okay, I hate this. This is so gross. Give a description. Don't just be a grifter, and I use that intentionally. All it is like my book. Support me, my podcast, social media. What's happening in your video? I feel like an idiot because I just clicked on it. Anyway, if anyone's seen it, I don't want anyone to leave this stream to watch it. But if people want to, basically, we just want to know if it's related to the thing that we did the other day. And by that thing, I mean her very righteous monologue about, not monologue, sorry. Like, I don't even want to say rant, her righteous something about Basically, she said that people who weaponize stability politics to shut down criticisms on Medicare for all, and people who accused her of like being insensitive to Kamala Harris's mom because she tweeted about how it's good to get coverage for COVID, but what about cancer and diabetes? And people attacked her as if she was trying to insult Kamala Harris because her mom died of cancer, as if like anyone would ever do that. Like, and she was like, they can kick. What did she say? She's like, they can kick bricks with that bad faith bullshit. I'm sorry, which like Bree does not curse. Anyway, it was an amazing moment. And Josh fucking Marshall, dude, like, what's that movie? Forgetting Sarah Marshall. What is it? I'm gonna make a movie Forgetting Joshua Marshall. Like, you really TPM? He like liked a tweet that was like, she keeps getting worse. Like, that's so gross. Anyway, so then I got into a huge fight. Wait, have TJ? Hold on, guys. You're so sensitive about my not seeing your super chats. You know, it's possible I just don't see them. All right. Kate says December 10th is the day that Thomas Merton died in accidental electrocution while at a World Peace Conference in Thailand. I did not know that. I don't know who that person is.
He's like he's a monk. I thought he was. Oh no, he's okay. Yeah, he's like a liberation theology-ish.
Oh god. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Then Murphy says, if you're going to ignore my question, have TJ on, please. Okay, I don't know who TJ is, and I don't know what your question is, which is probably my fault. Who the hell is TJ? What's the question from Murphy?
Yeah,
okay. I just saw it. Yeah. Thank you, Vic. Maybe because Vic's a video producer, he's a storyteller, he gets this. But Murphy, yes. If anyone's fetching in the comments about my ignoring your thing, just say it again. Now I have to scroll up and look for it. But okay. Thoughts on Bolivia, Musk? How do we move forward to Green New Deal from there? You see how easy it was? And I still don't know who TJ is. Okay.
Oh, TJ is the amazing atheist's real name, I guess, according to people in the chat now.
Got it. Thanks. Now I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
So Bolivia, did you see the episode that we did with Ali Vargas and Camila Escalante?
Oh no, I love both of them do really great work.
Yeah. So we had them on. I'll release another clip, but I made a nice little clip about Evo reading Musk's tweet. Like
I saw that clip going around.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. We're gonna have more Latin American news. I'm gonna have one of my go-tos for international coverage. You guys know what I'm talking about. Thank you, Just Maddie, by the way. Thank you. This is Maddie Sees Me. No, that's not it. Maddie Sees Me. That's very true. Kate ignores chat. It's not personal. She's searching for funny things. Right. So if I ever ignore your thing, just repeat it in the thing. Okay.
It's the same strategy. This is the same strategy to get you to respond to editing questions. When
yeah.
Sometimes.
Repeat it. Yeah.
No. Sometimes I don't know. You get lost in stuff and.
Right, but what I'm saying is that so is your approach to repeat it?
Yeah, it's like again and be like, hey, what are we doing with this?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So it is repeating it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just threading the needle for you. Max Blumenthal. Yes. Max Blumenthal is coming in. He is he'll be reporting back from Venezuela. Japanese news channel. Aramate. Gotta get him on. Yeah. Wait, except if you repeat something too much, Katie will yell at you, lol emoji. I don't know if that's true. Yeah. Anything else that people want to talk about? We could just, we could watch more videos. We could talk about.
I wanted to just for a second bring up because I've seen people talk about it in the chat. The situation in India with the general strike where 250.
Yes, I need to tell me a guess. Here, give me a guess. Give him an argument. You like that? You see what I'm doing? Shout out Ben Burgess. I was thinking I have to have him on regularly to do and they'll be like, give me an argument.
I think every left show should have him on to give them an argument.
You have to introduce it that way too, where you just say to him like, Ben, give me
seriously, yeah.
All right, argument. Let's go.
Yeah, that is good. I like that.
But I was on Twitter the other day, and people were like, "Oh, there's no media coverage. There's a blackout." And I was thinking, like, they're like I'm sure like there's limited media coverage, but there can't be no media coverage. So I googled like India strike. There was Jacobin. There was Al Jazeera did something quickly on it. But besides that, it was all Common Dreams. Like there was no mainstream media coverage of 250 million people in a general strike in India, which is insane when you think about it. Like think about 250 million people doing anything. That's that's 2/3 of the population of the United States. Like like that's an insane amount of people to be.
That woman's name, I've had her on my show, Titi Bhattacharya. I'm gonna ask her to come back on the show to talk about India and also feminism and also Neera Tanden, guys.
I know the strike's actually been pretty women-led from the little bit I know about. Like that, those are the main industries, or it's something. It's like textile work. I don't know enough about it to necessarily say, but I know that like a portion of it is very women-led.
I thought you were talking about the Biden administration, which I was like, very, very lived experience, women-led, yeah. Is it the biggest? Yeah, we really do need to do a show on this.
Yeah, is it still going?
The strike or the show?
Yeah, the strike.
Yeah, I think so. Democracy Now! Covered it, yeah. Oh, cool, yeah. Yeah, Real News, Amazon, TA. Anyway, yeah, I do have to do a show on that. You're obsessed with Venezuela. Like, where the hell has Isha been? I don't know, but we could have Isha on. She knows like basically everything, and she's not to like one-dimensionalize her or that big place that is India because it's huge, but that is the land from which she come. Yeah, so I gotta have her on. In fact, I
mean, socialism and even like communism has had a huge. In certain ways in India, has had a huge, because I mean, obviously the Congress Party was originally, before it was a neoliberal party, it was like a more left party, and Kerala is like a
I think they still have a communist party like governor right now.
Yeah, and they like were really good for a while. I may have caught up with them, but at one point they were very good on COVID stuff.
COVID, yeah.
And the crazy thing is that it got covered in mainstream media a bunch of times, but not mentioning that having a crazy social safety net isn't the reason. They were like, they've done a great job with all of these non-related to social safety net. A lot of people get tested, and they test the temperature check.
Yeah, it's all about they have a lot of grit. They go out and get tested. I would love to have on Tom Morello and Boots Riley. I would love to have them on. Yeah. Shouts out to Democracy Now!
Somebody messaged me about I don't remember what show they said had Boots Riley on and Cornel West at the same time recently. I don't.
Yo, that must.
Was that I mean, I know that she's had both of them on. Was it the same episode with Bad Faith Pod?
It might have been.
Yeah.
I can't remember which. Here, I'll check. Somebody DM me it, so I'll check my Twitter DMs and.
Someone slid into the DMs. Do I'm like pretty active on Twitter, and I didn't know until like a while, like not that long ago, that I thought everyone I could DM was following me because I don't have open DMs. So the only people who could ever communicate with me were people who followed me. So
it was Bad Faith Pod. It was
Bad Faith Pod, yeah.
Well, I guess Brianna did it like I don't know, like 2 days after we had the Zizek and Cornel West debate. And I recorded like a backup for it, so I was like on the Zoom.
I want to know about this backup thing. I need to know about this. Hold on.
So they were doing the debate, and they wanted to make sure. I haven't recorded since then because they figured out how to do it. But Alicia had me record a second copy of it, so it was like, it was like Russell Zabriglia and Zizek and Cornel West, and then Alicia and I were kind of like in the corner, like recording our things, and then we came back on at the end, and Cornel West was like, he yelled like "Brother Forrest," which like
made your day / life.
And then he tweeted Brother Forrester, which I mean now
that might have been autocorrect.
now my name is Forrester because Cornel
West.
West.
Funny. Well, I kept calling you Hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to have Boots Riley on. I was actually thinking, like, I have a lot of Bree talking about Boots Riley, but I was like, can I have like a what we learned from Boots Riley clip, or is that too like, is that too like what's the word? Is that like an inappropriate promise? Like, are you going to come to that to hear Boots Riley talk as opposed to? I mean, Brianna gets very excited about Boots Riley, which I think is a cool thing in itself. What Brianna Joy Gray learned from Boots Riley. It's a bit. What Katie Halper learned from Brianna Joy Gray learned from Boots Riley. Yeah.
Sorry, one of the like best movies, at least at the time. Like I remember seeing it, and then I think it was Brianna Joy Gray that came on Michael's show like a couple of days after I had seen it, and they were talking about it. And
yeah.
She wrote a book about it. She wrote an article at The Intercept about it, and then had a party that I was at, and she was dressed as the main character.
Oh, nice. Did she have the cool earrings too?
Yeah, she did. She had the shirt and everything.
I know someone that has those earrings, I know someone that has the future is female ejaculation or whatever, female orgasm or whatever.
I think it's ejaculation.
I know someone that wore that to the bar one time and has the earrings too.
The bar? What do you mean the bar? Like to take their bar? Like the law bar? Or?
No, like
a bar.
A local bar in my town.
Okay, got it.
And they wore it there, and I was like trying to process because they had the earrings. I was trying to process where I knew it from, and then I was like, "Holy shit!" Like,
did you tell them it was problematic? No. Yeah, I was wondering, by the way, why Ben Burgess's first thumbnail of ContraPoints didn't have Natalie Wynn on it, but now there is one that does. Sorry. I feel like you guys are in that world, so I could mention it. But it's boring for you guys, let alone the audience. So I'm sorry about that. Bodhi's in the other house. I'm in an offshoot of the house. I'll grab her. Isn't she so cute, guys?
I like
everyone isn't she so cute? I'm sorry. This you know what's funny is I'm very sober and I'm not even that tired, but I just thank you. You never bore us, Katie. This is the problem. Like my mom laughs at me a lot, and that gives me, and then she feels bad because then I'll be like joking around, and she's like, it's my fault because I make her laugh. Yeah. I know she is so cute, Bodhi. Though, have you guys seen Bodhi before?
No. What kind of dog?
Video that you sent?
Wait, dog or cat?
Oh yeah, dog. Maybe I can grab her. Probably not. She's probably asleep.
I saw the outro video you sent the other day.
Oh yeah, I have to work on it. Yeah. I'll have to. I can show you guys that. I'm trying to make one of those videos that you can play at the end of your videos, and also during transitions.
Oh,
yeah. This is so nice and so dangerous because if you don't like me, this is awful. Okay, so if you're a nice person like David, you're good. And then if you're the devil like Charles, that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to put Charles in timeout. I'm just kidding. I don't put anyone in timeouts. In fact, I didn't even put the person in timeout who said, we don't all love Bernie.
I forgot that I signed into your StreamYard the other day to download something. So I'm signed in as you.
Oh, okay, yeah. When you were like, oh yeah, when you were like, I'm in your YouTube, I was like, I have no idea what she's talking about.
I'm like the manager because I have to upload stuff. So I'm like a manager on a YouTube channel, and I guess I logged into your StreamYard. So it says up here that I'm also Katie Halper on the.
No, I must have given you the info the other day. This is what you guys. I'm gonna make this Patreon only content because this is just too hot and too fun. You shouldn't deserve it for free. I don't know. Also, please don't tell me hydrate, Katie. I know you're saying it with love. And next time I stream, you know what? No, do say that to me. I get defensive. I feel like I'm being water shamed. You're right. I don't have enough. I don't drink enough water. Okay, guys, I'm going to start this thing. Hey, Vic and Forrest, you want to take part in this? It's called Morning Routine. No, it's called Democracy Later. And it's about, we're going to do it at like 10 or 11. We wake up. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tongazoe for George Soros told me. Thank you for the $5 from George Soros. Wake up, do morning pages, and have coffee and a lot of water, and then go over some headlines from Democracy Now. What do you think?
Yeah, it sounds fun.
Basically, we're like in an pandemic. There's not a lot of interaction, depending on where you are. I have some. Oh my God! Wow, that is amazing. Look at this idea from Lisa. Democracy leader. So good. So good.
There's a way more
water challenge.
There's a way more cursed version where you wake up early and then you go over headlines from like The Economist and
yeah. I mean, I could do good. What I could do is the good, the bad, the ugly. So I could do.
I don't think you should put yourself through that. I was just thinking like
Patreon only guys get that. Yeah, Lisa for the win. Lisa, where do you live again? Well, Bernie haters, by the way, are from the left. You guys know that, right?
Right. The people critiquing him from the left.
Yeah. No one to the right of Bernie watches this, except they probably do to, I don't know, to do what? I like carbonation, high fructose corn in my morning water. What would be torture? All right, we're sticking to democracy leader. Democracy leader. What else? Guys, it's not always this informal, by the way. I hope you're enjoying that it's very chill tonight.
Yeah, totally. Actually, I have to head out in a couple minutes, but this has been great.
Yeah. But wait, Vic, you can't, because I have this very structured and timed, and the segment we're doing right now. No, yeah, okay. Thank you for coming on, though. We'll have you on again to talk about more.
Yeah, this is great.
Stuff,
yeah, cool.
And I put your thingy in the bio.
Nice.
Yeah, The Economist would be torture. Yeah. Look at that. You got a good luck from Stephen Sheehan.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah. Phil. I'm gonna keep making you read. Like, you should guys do a time lapse of thank you.
Right.
Thank you. 4 a.m. Yeah. You were gonna say something though. I feel like you're about to say something.
Oh no, I was just gonna say have a good night, guys.
Okay, you too.
All right. This is great. Bye.
All right. Thank you, guys. Any other questions?
I feel like we covered a lot.
Yeah, we covered a lot. I think we all learned a lot. Yeah. Do you guys want to see that ridiculous video of me? No, it's too ridiculous. And now it sounds like I'm begging for whatever. I'll save it for another time. It's very funny. Now it sounds like I'm...
Tomorrow I'm going to have to edit clips of myself, which is going to be a experience.
Well, I think these are a little bit more timeless.
Yeah.
I think the Meghan stuff is timely, right?
Yeah.
So we have Meghan and Victoria.
That article is so good.
Oh my God, that thing is scary. Maybe we should watch more of him. Let's watch more of that guy. I'll spend a couple more minutes watching the guy. I don't even know who's running for mayor.
Well, I have questions about guys like that and like historical awareness, because those positions in society in times of inequality have been filled pretty much always by like either like billionaires or, you know what I mean, some trust fund asshole that's like, but is there like an awareness that is the case, or does like, because the guy said something like the thing that Megan quoted was like 21st century charity.
Right.
Like an understanding that there's definitely has been this in the past.
Oh yeah, for more than but for centuries, yeah.
But like
that'd be a good that's interesting. The first time it was done. All right, let's see. Yeah, keep going.
Oh, so I've been doing we've been doing the Thomas Frank populism stuff, and so I've been going really deep into like the 1890s, which is like, you know, I mean, like now it's like one of the worst inequality, like times of inequality in history, but I mean, without the awareness, a lot of times or the means to really fight back against it, but still, it was one of the worst. It was probably the worst time of inequality in history, besides right now, and. You know, there was like either church pastors or billionaires, philanthropists, like that was all done then. And it's like, is there an understanding that materially when the social safety net fails, you know, people like that exploit the fact that that's happened to get notoriety and put themselves into that position?
Right, yeah.
Or is it that they're like, oh, I'm doing something for the first time now, that we have social media, and they're like big money giveaway. Because I think with that David Dobrik idiot that did like there's no awareness of that. But with somebody more sinister who's decided to make that as a brand proposition, number one, there has to be some pretty fucked up shit in where his money comes from.
Well, yeah, he donates to Republicans. Here, let's watch a bit of this. And then he kind of looks like the guy from Modern Family. The guy married to the redhead. You know what I'm talking about?
Hmm?
He looks like the guy married to the redhead in Modern Family.
Oh, I don't watch Modern Family.
Be with every one of you right now. I was going to do a whole thing where I was going to lay out turkey and whatnot.
Let's watch from the beginning because it's weird enough.
Come on in, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody, even those people who don't help people.
Who aren't billionaires.
I am putting on some 90s music just to get us started, and then we'll get started. But I wanted to give you guys an update on everything. Have any of you ever even heard of this song? I heard it the other day, and I said, I haven't heard that song in like 20 years.
He's kind of doing a Trump impression.
I had to play it. Gloria. Have you ever heard of that?
He really sounds, he looks and sounds like the guy from Modern Family.
Welcome.
Have you heard it?
Thanksgiving.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So happy to be with each and every one of you right now. I was going to do a whole thing where I was going to lay out turkey and whatnot. But then I realized
turkey and whatnot.
I was going to sit down here and talk. First of all, I want to say how much I really appreciate everybody who helped me last night. As
yeah,
you know,
he is on. I don't know about cocaine, but Sabadaz says tweaker eyes. Is that? Oh wait, tweaking a different thing?
Turkeys, or I don't even think it was. Turkeys. I think it was chicken.
I mean, tweaking. I think
and
meth or Adderall or.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, meth. Maybe meth. Yeah. Hold on. By the way, guys, someone wrote. Okay, thank you for this. Just found you on No Mickey Show in Russian hat. But important question is, if you found video I did. You guys see the video that I did with Leslie Lee where we responded to, so they had a weird video. Katie, like I came from the spoiled class and now live in New York. We figured it out. I don't even understand that. Is the person saying that my enemy or my fan? Just tell me so I know how to respond. Anyway, this is my Russian hat. But I'm just saying, I hope Fun Police, you saw the video where Leslie Lee and I broke down what Josh Fox said. Which I didn't really want to give him the attention, but it was too funny. I couldn't help it because he said, I'm not going to name names because I don't want to talk out of school without evidence. But, you know, a new narrative came up and, you know, you saw the narrative and people like Michael Moore, Katie Halper, Max Blumenthal, Ira Mate, Lee Camp, Putin. Okay, now that's very...
everything is Russian. Everything I don't like.
Yeah.
Everything to the left of me is Russian.
Yeah, it was, yeah. It's sad about Josh Fox, yeah. Oh, okay, link that I'm referring to. Not that you can access them, yeah. I'll have to look it up. Just really like you. You're tough. Oh, thank you. That's nice that you like that. I was not. I lost my cool for sure. Vich Vladimir very angry at me about But I did. I didn't expect. I didn't think it was going to be hostile ground. But that's interesting. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I wonder with the Russian thing, like how much of it is disingenuously people being like, you know what, if this is to the left of me, I'm going to fearmonger about it. Which, I mean, media-wise, it probably is. But then some of it has to be people's brains, like actually being broken at this point by things. You know, like. People's brains being, not anyone specifically, I don't know, like the Russian narrative seems to have actually broken a lot of liberal.
Oh, it has, yeah. Yeah. I mean, no, that's actually a very important question. It's like whether or not from, yes, the disingenuous or broken. Yeah, it's like brain broken or disingenuous. It's unclear. It's different for different people.
Well, because someone like Rachel Maddow was literally pushing conspiracy theories about Russia constantly. Like that was a good amount of her content, and I feel like that's probably disingenuous. But then some random just
See,
like
I actually don't think she's being disingenuous, despite the fact that she's incredibly smart. I do, by the way, think that there's probably a lot of CIA or State Department people who make the Russian talking points argument because they're deflecting or, projecting. Wait, what's this? Sorry, Katie, please read what I wrote you. Lenin, Streets, Dostoevsky, and the Sheets. Baby, are you ready for this Cold War? That's funny. I like it.
Well, Nando posted something pretty recently. He reposted that article from the New York Times at one point, and I forget who wrote it, but it was the original like Trump. It was like Trump went to Moscow in 1987 for a hotel, and he's been a plant since then. And it was like all hypothetically, which is definitely disingenuous. Like that's definitely a disingenuous like reading of it, but it was literally all hypothetical. Like, well, what if Trump went to Moscow, and then what if Trump was in the hotel room, and then what if he's been a Russian agent?
Right. I mean, Jonathan Chait said that on fucking Chris.
I think it was Jonathan Chait. It was in New York Magazine.
And then he went on Chris Hayes' show. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's like that's definitely. But at what point do we discredit like?
No, I think these people have to be. I actually think there needs to be a reckoning. I'm very serious. In a non-vindictive way, there needs to be a reckoning for all the people who spread that bullshit. Because if there isn't, then it sets the precedent that that's like okay. Just like people who tow other arguments are not people basically need to apologize or be. And I'm very like I have friends on my shows I have people on my shows who are friends or not friends, but who hate each other. So I don't believe in like cutting people off or cutting people out of stuff. But certain things like do have to be reckoned with. And I think certain narratives and falsehoods and groupthink. I mean, they don't have to be reckoned with, but you just know where someone stands, I think.
I think that there's a difference also between cutting people off and just someone's supposed to be doing a job and they prove that they're like, because I don't believe in like firing people for a lot of reasons.
Right, yeah.
People are overfired. But if you're a journalist and you're literally just doing conspiracy theories about Russia as your main content, like at some point, if you're supposed to be in like the establishment paper of record, even if that like a lot of times those papers are like State Department propaganda, like I feel like even it's so beyond the pale at that point to write something like that in the mainstream paper, like, and then there's no accountability for it. I mean, the same thing with the Iraq War. I mean, that had weight, like that obviously.
Yeah, well, right, yeah.
Casualties, but
but no, it did. But it's also not Russiagate is not unrelated to foreign policy. But yes, it's not comparable in terms of the body count. But yeah, I mean, look, you have all these people who, I think Russiagate was a major problem. The Russiagate focus was a big problem in many ways. I mean, it totally undermined the real resistance to Trump. It undermined a lot of much more important, legitimate, substantive criticism of Trump. It fed into his narratives, just from a strategic perspective. It fed into his narrative about the media picking on him and making shit up about him.
Well, he was a media like a
creation.
It was what billions of dollars in free media coverage.
Yeah, of course, yeah. By the way, Jordan, I do have critiques of Bernie from the left. I'm saying that the people who watch my show are critiquing from the left. That's what I was just explaining to people. Yeah, I have critiques of him from the left. He should not have. I mean, RT's propaganda is. We all know their angle. I mean. What I'm going to say is RT, maybe I won't go to them for their reporting on Crimea, but they're much more straight up than the U.S. media is on the U.S.
One thing is, another thing about that specifically is if something's paid for by a foreign government that has, or, works with a foreign government that has hostile intentions, that doesn't mean what they're reporting is wrong.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, there's this whole thing about Foxes. I mean, I maybe I'll play this. I would love to have Glenn Greenwald back on. Yeah, it'll be very painful, by the way, but I will do it. I mean, it's honestly one of the worst things, most frustrating things is you are saying a point that is said by other people. And I brought this up the other day. It's Bernie Sanders is against the TPP. Donald Trump is against the TPP. Like, terrible people would say that made him Trumpian. And we all knew that was bullshit because Pat Buchanan and an anti-war activist may have the same position on something.
Yeah. And also, it doesn't necessarily mean that those alliances should be made, but also the fact that, you know, that having the same goal is we've been so broken by the I guess idea of compromise. Like everybody has to meet in the middle, and not the idea that people's interests might intersect.
Right. Yes, that's a very good point. Yeah.
Trump has terrible reasons for opposing the TPP, but that doesn't mean that, you know, if he legitimately did want to
we shouldn't oppose that unless we actually are terrible neoliberal moderates who like the TPP.
And it also goes back to the Thomas Frank thing. I mean, everything appears to in the world, but Thomas Frank in The People Know talking about populism, like the idea of populism, like Bernie's populist in the way that the actual populist movement was populist.
Right, it's not right wing.
And
you know, you should watch. We did a good interview with him on Useful Idiots.
I think I started watching it. I don't know. I've been on Thomas Frank overdrive a little bit.
What do you mean clip this, Katie Halper? Clip what? I don't know what people talking about. Leak. Okay, you guys want to know about, by the way.
Somebody said Thomas Frank and Putin are really controlling everything.
I know, it's true, yeah.
Well, the thing that I like about Thomas Frank immensely is that he kind of has, like, I want to say, like, NPR credibility in a way. You know what I mean? Like, in the sense of, like, he can reach liberals, I feel like, that other people in some ways can't. Like, I don't know, because, like, I saw, like, I was watching recently, he did I don't remember if it was Pulitzer, NPR, or whatever. Like, they cover his books on like mainstream platforms and have him come in.
But he said this many times, which is that he gets, that's a problem. They cover his book, What's the Matter with Kansas? Because that's critical of the Republicans, but they don't cover his book, The People Know or Listen Liberal. In fact, all these places like MSNBC that had him on won't have him on.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. I'm not saying it's mainstream. I'm talking about, like, there's a certain section of liberalism that is obsessed kind of with like, what books have you read? You know what I mean? Like, how have you educated yourself? And, like, it's kind of like the mainstream book, like Pulitzer, not Pulitzer, but, like, I don't remember here. I'm going to see which they had him on with somebody for
no, I mean, everyone, all the liberal places had him on for. He talks about this on the interviews, but had him on to talk about What's the Matter with Kansas. But
yeah, I was watching something recently that I was thinking about this though, specifically with, I don't know,
wait, hold on, Jordan Allen, your takedown on Josh Fox was the hardest you've ever been on YouTube, and yes, this is a criticism. You mean I should be harder more? I'll do it. I'll step up to that plate. Oh, yeah, you want me to remove the tweaker guy? Shouldn't we watch him? All right, you know what? I'm going to play that video already. I just have to find it.
C-SPAN had him and Christopher Caldwell on for a discussion on populism, and they had it in conjunction with, hold on. It was the National Book Festival, I guess. But it's like Library of Congress. Like, I don't know. I just feel like there are other authors that wouldn't necessarily get, like, that type of.
No, he's prestigious, but he doesn't. But he doesn't get invited to things because his latest books were critical of. All right, they want this removed, but shouldn't we play him for a little? Can you hear him?
You can believe that, of all things, on Thanksgiving. You know, you would have thought that they would have sent it a little bit earlier. Anyway, I take complete blame for it, so I am so sorry. I am so happy to be with each and every one of you right now. I was going to do a whole thing where I was going to lay out turkey and whatnot, but then I realized, why would we do that? Why wouldn't we just get on here and talk? First of all, I want to say how much I really appreciate everybody who helped me last night. As you know, or may not know, we had a little bit of an issue with the turkeys, or I don't even think it was turkeys. I think it was chicken. and boxes. We had problems with getting the boxes to people, if you can believe that, of all things, on Thanksgiving. You know, you would have thought that they would have sent it a little bit earlier. But anyway, I take complete blame for it. So I am so sorry to those people. I think we got to pretty much everybody and sent them some money. So I'm going to pick on some people here. And what I'm going to do by picking on some people, I can see some of your guys' names here.
How weird is this guy?
Who are trying to get in to talk to me. I'm going to pick some
I can't stop thinking about the
and
Trump
talk to you.
mannerism.
I want to wish you all a very happy
I know he
Thanksgiving.
does. He
People
has
who are
Trump.
new here,
Well, it's weird because he has Trump
I just
hands,
want to tell
but
you what we're
nothing
trying
else
to
is
do
Trumpy.
use
Yeah.
social
Well, his
media
facial expressions too.
We're trying to take Twitter.
Some of them, he's like,
historically been
Maybe.
a very divisive platform, right? We all know that.
And he's
We see that
anti-Trump
every
on
day.
his Twitter
People
thing.
hate on each other. They hate on each other. They hate on each other. And we're trying to turn that in. I've given away over
trying to turn that in, but
$100,000.
he does like a thing where Trump trails off.
Many of you already know $800,000 I've given away of my own money.
Right.
And in addition to that, I've partnered with some people who've been.
By the way, side note, when I was younger, I never heard people say, yeah, he does look like Alec Baldwin doing Trump. Okay. Like, what's the deal with and I say and. I know I'm from New York, so I say and. Yeah, and the thing is, but I feel like this is a new thing. And
he's being held hostage against his will, giving away his money, and he's trying to get the end.
But do you notice a lot of people say and?
Philanthropy. Many of you
Everyone
guys know
says it
Mr.
these days.
Beast. We partnered with Mr. Beast.
Mr.
I think we
Beast.
gave away $10,000 to 10 people.
I simply gave it away.
$100,000. Every time Mr. Beast and I gave away $30,000. So we are trying to basically make.
Should I try to get him to come on the show?
Good.
Ask him if he wants to do on my show.
So many people.
I'll tell you.
Hoard their wealth, and then they wonder why people don't like rich people. Well, maybe it's because you haven't done your part. Maybe it's because you haven't said, you know what.
Yeah, I think rich people need to do their part. I mean, paying taxes is not, charity. But still, they need to do that. I agree with that much.
Actually, what I want to do is tell them that they can be happier people. It's actually a true story. Giving away money and by taking care of people than you can, hoarding it all and, having a jet and all these crazy things that rich people come up with. So there's a smiley face button at the bottom right, and I'm going to just pick on a couple of people who look like they are legit human beings. Hi, how are you?
I want to do this with Twitter Philanthropist live. How does he do this? I want to do this. What tool is this?
Hello.
Oh, they're both women.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Ew.
You're freaking wild.
Hello. Tell me about your suffering so I can get off.
Me too. Hi.
Hi. How are
He looks like a total freak now.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving.
What if it is like,
doing? Where are you out of?
He gets off on hearing about
I'm from
suffering
Florida, and I'm just having Thanksgiving with some close family.
Amazing. And what are you doing?
Amazing.
Just hanging out with family.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's trying not to smile.
Just hang.
Good.
Just
You're all
chilling.
taken care of. You're happy. You're healthy. Is there anything I can do for either one of you two?
He's
You
like,
know what? I just want to say that you're amazing. And what
Truly
you do.
amazing.
Yeah.
come on, ask him for something.
Thank you. What do you guys think of me screwing up that mail thing last night? I should have.
You're a failure. That's what I think of you.
Sent out money.
Ooh, I bet. You think he'd pay attention to me if I were just like?
No, I think what you did was amazing. I
Article. It's not just
No, it sucked.
He's a failed grandchild.
A
He's like
failed what?
a failed. Like, people have like failed sons. He's
Oh,
not
failed
a-
son. Yeah.
he's a failed like his grandfather was.
Right,
the one who
great,
gave him money.
failed, great. I
Yeah.
feel like I could probably. I have this weird feeling. Maybe I could get. What if I make videos about what a failure he is and how much I hate him? I feel like he's so. Yeah, basically this is it. He jerked off to the plight of others.
Yeah.
But like, I really want to. I feel like maybe if I'm like, you suck, you're terrible. I don't know. There's something there. We could do something and get him to come into this.
People that I mean, all right. So this is definitely unhinged, but I think there's also a level of like the forced optimism part of it that's especially unhinged on his part. Like, you know what I mean? Like putting the smiley face at the bottom of the button. So like I can see like I feel like he's the kind of guy who would crack way too fast for that to be like.
Yeah, but maybe he likes that. I feel like maybe that's what he actually wants.
Like the Alan Dershowitz pylon, like pylon thing.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Let's just watch some more of this. Hold on.
Still, I understand it. Like I checked some of the tracking numbers. And
the tracking numbers weren't showing until Friday,
which really bothered me. And then some of them weren't showing up until over the weekend or something. So anyway, it
is what it is, right?
What it is.
He's like, "Aren't you gonna say something to make me feel better?"
Tell me I'm amazing again.
Oh man, she got knocked off. I don't know what's going on. All right, I'm gonna ask somebody else. We'll see if Mikey can join us.
Let's see if Mikey can validate me.
Maybe Bridget.
Get me over my.
Let's see if they answer.
It's good to know that he
Mikey, are you there?
Too, because he could just. I can see him just using this as a way to get pick up girls. Like,
yeah. Well, we don't know what his preferences are. Maybe he's a poly pansexual.
True.
My man. The team. This is so weird and funny.
Part of the team.
Can I give you a little cash
in the cut? But I want to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Thank you.
And
ooh,
I don't know what's going on. They keep getting cut out. Are you there, ma'am?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, how are you? What's your name?
I'm doing great.
This is like True Detective.
I was supposed to receive one of your boxes.
Oh shit.
My tracking is showing not until Friday also.
Ouch. Let's see if
he looks around like he has the paper right in front of him that's gonna like.
Or the pack. No, he has the package.
Yes, we did. Okay, great.
Totally didn't have it plantless ball.
I was just gonna take down your cash tag and send you some money, so that's great. So they got you the $40 then, huh?
Yes.
The $40? What the hell? That's like if I sent someone a penny.
They did. It was a big help. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, thank you.
Literally.
It's, life throws you weird things. So
like $40 from a billionaire.
You said it's how much a gram? $40. Jeez. $40.
You guys know I've also been sending out money. We're going to do something big for Christmas. What do you guys think about that?
What about Hanukkah? I'm going to neg him. I'm going to demand a Hanukkah gift.
Ooh, I'm so excited.
Christmas early.
$8.
Christmas early, right? You like that?
Every day.
No. Hold on, watch this. Christmas early.
You guys did send me that $40, so that's awesome.
Oh, we did. Okay, great. So you
Thank
did
you
get
so
the
much.
$40.
This is so amazing.
I was just going to take down
your number. Your cash
money,
tag.
So that's great. So they got you the $40 then, huh?
Yes, they did. It was a big help. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, thank you. It's
I paid part of my life.
That happened, and look, we tried to take care of as many people as we could. We sent $40. You guys know I've also been sending out money. We're going to do something big for Christmas. What do you guys think about that?
Ooh, I'm so excited.
Christmas early.
Christmas early, right? You like that?
You like
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
your
what other
notifications are always on.
What other questions do you guys have for me or anybody else in the chat? Does anybody else have anything in the chat?
Let me get some money.
I have no other questions for you. I'm just so pumped to be here right now. Thank you, Clue.
Yes,
thank you.
So exciting.
It's Pull T.
Pull T.
Oh, you guys are such bad suck-ups. Get his fucking name right.
Everybody screws it up. That's okay. It's like, I don't know if you've ever played golf.
Oh,
you have, like,
back.
sort of put the tee on the ground, pull the tee out.
Oh, that's a very relatable.
Pulling the tee.
Pull T. I tell my
T.
whole family about you all the time, and I always say Plute, and I got to correct myself.
You say Plute? You don't even say Pult?
It's like pulling teeth, like how much it takes to get more than $40 out.
I know, seriously. Clute is a sex worker movie. Very good with Jane Fonda.
Every time.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Haley. Thank you for telling your family about me.
Thank you for telling your family about me. I hope you'll now correct the record and tell them how my name is actually pronounced.
Pretty cool.
Absolutely.
Hey, Mikey, how are you?
Good. I'm
This
back.
guy's insane.
Charity, folks. That's what we're doing. We're crowdsourcing charity. We're saying enough of these fancy lunches, fancy dinners. Again, this started all organically for people who've been.
What are your? I'd love to see your like really like Spartan austere dinners.
Enough of this charity. Enough of these black tie dinners. We're giving it all away.
I know he really is. He's like a wholesome Midwestern Trump. No, he's not really because he's like the corniest. No, he's like.
I was going to give away 10,000.
I mean, he has his manners. You're right.
Can you believe that? And so when I decided to give away $10,000 in a tweet,
When I decided to give it away, it just left my bank. Yeah, it just left my bank account.
Crazy. We had, I don't know, some people saw, we had congressmen retweeting us, senators retweeting us, and then all of a sudden we had the president.
And we barely even lobbied them.
Oh, wait, listen to this. Ready? Here it comes, full circle.
That I was going to give away $10,000 in a tweet. Can you believe that? And so when I decided to give away $10,000 in a tweet, the next thing I know, the whole thing went viral. And when I mean viral, I mean viral. I mean, it was crazy. We had, I don't know, some people saw, we had congressmen retweeting us, senators retweeting us, and then all of a sudden we had the president of the United States retweeting us. This thing has gotten momentum all across.
Wait, which ones?
Really about
it's a good question.
Decentralizing charity.
Decentralizing charity.
I've said it for a long time, and you guys know it. I'm a big fan of Bitcoin. Bitcoin, I think, is going to be the future.
Oh,
and
God.
Fucking scam artists.
Those guys too.
Frankly, I'm waiting for the some things to open up tomorrow so I can go buy some more Bitcoin. If you want to know the truth,
he really
again, don't take advice from me. This is just for information.
I'm waiting for my coke dealer to answer so I can buy some Bitcoin, buy some coke, have a nice little white wine, some money.
So crazy, insane. Anyway, wow, yeah, it's really insane. Wow, totally insane. Oh yeah, you're right. So Fantomas Fanto says this guy has the same mannerisms as Alex Jones.
I don't see that one.
Well, his cadence is a bit like it. Bitcoin log off. That's funny. Yeah, I know. He's so desperate. Match this creep's donations. Yeah, how? How can I do that? He's like some sort of salesman that sounds like a pitch. No joke. I was retweeting every daddy giving away money. Hold on. Yeah, he's corny. What? That's why I somehow don't see the point. His evil is also accepted among people as good. Our problem is with no, but why is there not the point? I mean, there is a point. It's like enough of fancy. There is a point. He's it's problematic. I mean, it's revolting, I think. But, I mean, you could say that it's more of a systemic thing than an individual thing, but it's like, it's still a good demonstration.
Well, it's kind of the like the neoliberal ideal, right? Like the idea that like, yeah, like we don't want government to do this. We don't want big charity to do this. Like we'll have billionaires privately choose who they give things to, and we'll be very optimistic about it. Like it's like almost like the Reagan Midwestern corniness. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
Like I'm a nice guy, and I really do care about poor people and people suffering. I just I don't think government is the solution. I don't think taxing me more is the solution. I think me just deciding like I'm going to give away some money.
Right.
And, like how can you like dislike someone who's optimistic and has smiley faces on their things? Like how can you dislike that I'm giving away money?
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, anyway, someone just inspired me, Collective Sigh, who said, okay, I'm super tired. I wish I could stay on longer. See you later. And I feel like I got to do that too.
All right.
Because I'm so tired.
I got to go.
And you have to edit. But I will do I'll show you that video another time. Don't worry, it's very timeless. Don't look around for it though. Because I want to show you guys on this. But he's 31? What the hell? When did that article come out? There's no way he's 31. Yeah, poverty, porn, lottery culture, yeah.
This is my 18th birthday. And for that, I'm giving away
amazing. Oh, that's nice. I love the show. So real, no pretense. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Caroline Wren. Capitalists age horribly, yeah. He needs to pay his taxes. Yeah, exactly.
I want someone to call in, and when he says, "What can I do for you?" be like, "Can you pay your taxes?
Can you vote? Can you pay for the fucking stimulus?" Anyway, I can't bring in the piss off Ewok because she's sleeping. She's so cute though. I love her so much. Tony and Ollie are cute too, but not like. Are you being sarcastic? Love seeing my comment every time. What's your comment? Just say it. It's very sadistic, honestly. Really, it is. You want to attack this type, not this pathetic schlub personally. I mean, yes.
No, in this, if you're putting yourself out there as a public figure,
yeah, and
game.
and also like not everyone he happens to wear it on his sleeve. It's a weird inverse of the principle of like, yeah, let's focus on movements, not on leaders. But like, look, these are teachable moments and teachable people, and you tell a story. You don't tell a story through just stats. Oh, look at that! I'm gonna send you 40 cents right now. Just kidding. I'm not making fun of you. I'm making fun of him. Just ignore him. What's this ignoring him? It's not like I'm not like trying to date him. I need to be strategic.
It's something that should be critiqued. It's just it's a very out loud version of it.
Right.
But I see those everywhere. I see accounts that are definitely not billionaires, but are richer people trying to get notoriety through that. And there's levels to it. Like the level to it of like kind of the Reagan-esque liberal, like neoliberal thing that's like, oh, like, you know, everything's failed, government's failed, charity, like even like big charity or whatever the fuck you just said has failed. Like, we need to do this ourselves, as in like an astroturfed kind of grassroots thing that he's not really. So there's that, but then there's also, you know, the social media culture element to it, just like you can gain notoriety and like rehabilitate your reputation by doing this. But then there's also like, I think this is the last thing I'll say, and then, you know, there's like almost like I think there's almost like a Kardashian element to it, which I've kind of always had the theory that like the Kardashians are the rich people they push forward as likable people to make the class likable in the sense of a lot of people watch their show.
Right. Yes.
So that when class conflict arrives and people have to divide into classes, millionaires can go, but wait, like you guys watch the Kardashians all the time. They're relatable. You got to see their lives. They're not living that differently than you. They're cheap. Right. And I feel like on a smaller level, this is kind of the same idea as that. Like it's rich people saying, well, I'm like a nice rich person. We exist. Like you really want to take our wealth away from us. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like Jeff Bezos or whoever, like the supervillain kind. Like you really want to hurt us when you hurt them.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that they actually, at least like the Kardashians, got Trump to do something good.
I'm not
the First Step program or whatever.
Against them specifically.
No, I'm not like a stan. I don't stand Kardashian. I'm just saying I think this guy's reactionary. They're like he's actively like openly public anti-spending. Like he is openly anti-spending. I don't think the Kardashians even understand.
I'm not saying the Kardashians as people. I'm saying the idea of having a show keeping up with the Kardashians, having a reality show where they let you into billionaire figures lives, or millionaire figures lives. The point is to rehabilitate the image of all, like that as an entire class, so that when some kind of conflict arises, they can say, well, you know, you like it's the American aristocracy again. You know what I mean? Like they're saying like this is a very relatable family of people, and you're really gonna punish them when you punish all rich people.
Yeah. I mean, sure. Yeah. I mean, they're in a way that's more. This is like he's so bad. It's like I almost feel like it's a leftist parroting an evil capitalist to do the work, but I guess he's not. I mean, I guess he's real. Hating is promotion, ignoring them is the only punishment. I don't know if that's true about like romance, maybe. But where is it? Hating is promoting them, ignoring them is the only punishment. I don't know. I feel like there's some value in this. Anyway. Oh, where does Taibbi do a good takedown of Anand? I should know. Anyway, I'm going to offer, why don't I try to raise money here? I'm going to try to raise money for Pulte. Anyway. All right, guys, this was great. This is a great one. Keeping them short, only 4 hours.
He's going to send his money recipients into your comments to just take down your show.
Wait, who is William Ricks, Mr. Pulte? What facts did we get wrong? William?
We had something like that happen to us with when Michael did his takedowns of Andrew Yang. one day I downloaded
I really wish I had gone after him on Useful Idiots.
Well, one day it was the day I downloaded YouTube Studio, which he had nothing bad to say about him as an individual, obviously, but the idea of UBI instead of like a more leftist program, you know what I mean? Like,
no, it's actually a right-wing program if it's not combined with other programs. Yeah.
For him commenting on that, they actually had a Yang Gang Reddit where they started posting Michael's videos, and they would
flood
his. But they would go flood this video, and they would post different videos from like leftist like sources. So the day I downloaded YouTube Studio and logged in with the TMVS account, it blew up my phone with that, like just comment after comment after comment, and I was like, where the fuck are these comments coming from? And yeah, it was like a Yang Gang Reddit forum.
What does this mean, by the way? I totally heard that Yang Gang Reddit forum, but what is this? I don't agree either. I found out much valuable people are bad info on info.
I found out much valuable people are bad info, fake info.
Don't Trump shame. Katie likely still didn't see my screenshots. Demerit, but I can't wait because you will laugh. What is it? What's your screen thing? Taibbi the lecture on journalism. Students at a university, they posted on YouTube. Katie Halper, did they make fun of? Yeah, I should give away 40 cents on every show. Wait, where's the non takedown? People are bad. Wait. Oh crap! What are you saying, Rebecca? Sorry. Katie's going to vote every show for this guy. She will give him a cutesy nickname. Sometimes she will cry, etc. Why do you think that? I base mirror. All right. I gotta go to sleep. Libertarians really suck, except they can be our friends sometimes.
The anti-war stuff. I mean, for the wrong reason.
Yeah, and also, prison stuff sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? What didn't? Oh, your secret project. Shit. Okay, I will. You DM me, right? Fanto. Did you DM me? If so, I will find it. All right, I'll sleep. Yeah, we need a Katie army. Like Nira has an army. I need an army. I'm way funnier and more interesting than Nira. I'm just saying. Oh, Rebecca M., were you ever involved in NYPIRG back in 1989-ish? I'm just connecting people. That's cool. Yeah, we can call it a Karmy, Karmy. Oh, you didn't know Nira has an army? She actually tweets about it. +1 Katie subreddit. I don't know what that is. Who am I in love with? With whom am I in love? I think I am in love, but I don't know. With whom? Anyone?
With old Bill Pulte over there.
Yeah. Oh, that's who, right, of course. Yeah, Garden Gnome is very funny. We are the Kate Elmers. All right. Let's see. So check out this show, subscribe. You know, you can't DM me. I can get it to you via drone. What's your Twitter? I'll DM. No, but just as Cantict. Das Vidania. I actually stand by for Russia stuff, by the way. It gets even better. Yeah. Thank you, Katie, Kelly, and Brad. Yeah, thank you, everyone. You know the thing. All right. Okay, thank you, everyone. Your Karmy would be karma for the establishment. Oh, yeah, karma, yeah. Yeah, we'll think about it. Oh, wait, hold on. What did you just say? Someone said something about the sub buttons. Where's the sub button on the screen? Okay, what does that mean? I need to know about this because I saw this on a video. What does that mean? Forrest, do you know about this?
What, the subscribe button?
Yeah.
Isn't it the bell?
Yeah, it's a bell, but do you not see it? Like should it be below or something? Alex, I need to know.
Usually next to the
Wave Foundation. Yeah. I know, but where is it? Tell people you follow a garden gnome and provide no context. I don't get it. It's right below. Why can't people see it? Yeah, yeah. What was I just gonna do right now? Okay, you see it. Okay, did someone not see it? Because we've had some people not get the memo. Okay, the Wave Foundation. I will make sure to follow that. I thought you did message me though. The Way Foundation. I'll go find her. God, Stephanie Rule is like an awful person, huh? We didn't even do her justice. We're gonna have to do a deep.
Yeah. I didn't know she was the same. I saw that video earlier today, but I didn't know she was the same. The class war,
First,
whatever.
yeah.
But, yeah. You really want to talk badly about Fifth Avenue?
Park Avenue. Oh, now I'm following you, Phantomas. All right, I'm following you, Phantomas. Oh, thanks for tweeting this out. All right, Faris, thank you so much for joining us. Where can people find you and your vids?
Well, I mean, my Twitter is always Flacco, and right now I'm doing vids for Jacobin. They just launched a new show today, the Jacobin Show, and of course I work with Nando and Anna on weekends, and which Michael got me that job, which full circle when we were talking about his stuff. And I work as a video producer for Ben Burgess. Give them an argument. Tomorrow we're doing a live stream with Micah from Jacobin. We're gonna talk about Apocalypse Now.
Oh, you mean Megan's boyfriend, as Eric Loomis called him?
Yeah.
I mean, she's married to a woman, and I don't know about Micah, but that was interesting.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm just saying like that.
Oh no, I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying I mean is to Eric Loomis, the fool who said don't let Micah defend you. Way to make your boyfriend defend you or something. Megan's so great.
We're talking tomorrow at 5 about Apocalypse Now and Hearts of Darkness, the documentary about it.
Oh, cool.
That should be a fun conversation. And yeah, I don't know. I've been doing a lot of stuff. I'm about to be a film contributor for the Cole James Cash Show on Means TV. Trying to do more film work. So if anyone wants to have me on your podcast to talk about films, that's like, trying to get that.
Oh, like a film contributor?
Yeah, I'd like to start
talking about it, not just making it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I like making it, but I don't know. I just feel like there isn't enough like film culture podcast stuff. I mean, people do it like once in a while, like from a left perspective specifically.
Yeah. All right, guys, you heard it here first. So do that. Follow him. I put your Twitter thingy in, right?
Yeah.
I don't actually know who Cole Cash is.
He did Ghetto News Network, and now he's working on Means TV he has a show, the Cole James Cash Show.
Okay. Got it.
I've been helping him out with editing since he launched.
There used to be a ghetto film school, by the way. Do you guys know about that?
Ghetto Film School?
Yeah, but I don't think it exists anymore. What was it called? The Ghetto News Network?
Originally, his show was called Ghetto News Network, but he's rebranding it to the Cole James Cash Show because he's starting a Means TV show.
Got it. Means TV. Okay, interesting. All right, awesome. Well, you know what to do, guys. Follow this man. And Sunday night, you guys want to hear a preview of upcoming guests? Okay, I'll tell you. Sunday night, we got Christian Parenti. Wednesday night, we got Lee Kim. What else do we got? Isn't this not kosher to tell you? Okay, let's see. Who do we have? Yeah, Sunday night, Christian Parenti. Guys, read his book, Radical Hamilton. This is our book club. Wednesday night, Lee Camp. Oh, the following Sunday, Natalia Viana, who is a great Brazilian journalist. I don't know about December 23rd yet. Then I'm pretty sure we're going to have Dr. Abdul El Sayed on the 30th. So those are just some of the names that you can look forward to. Yeah, we'll do the Gravel Book Club. We're going to do that too. What do you mean? Did I mean Max Blumenthal? Oh, yeah, Max, he's coming on, but I'm not sure when. We have to coordinate with his travel schedule. Oh, and thank you, Alex Orlowski, for the donation. All right, guys, remember what to do. Oh, this is cute. Hey, Rebecca and Phil, you should give each other your info. Remember what to do which is you subscribe and you like and you share and you come back if you'd like to on Sunday night. Oh, you liked last week's Useful Idiots? It's going to be an interesting one this week. Okay. Bye, everyone. Thanks. Thank you so much. I was going to call you Forrest. Thank you, Forrest, to the people.
Yeah. Of course.
All right. Bye.